Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength, consistently investing in growing our human, social, and relationship capital, building a diverse workforce, cultivating a culture of inclusion, and focusing on safety and health, empowering communities around us, building long-term, transparent, and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected, and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact, and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow, working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned.
There. Very much. I've joined. I'm here.
Okay. Thanks.
Hi, Shiv.
Hi,
Rika.
How are you?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the Regional Management Conclave. As part of AIMA's Diamond Jubilee celebrations in 2017, it took up a key new initiative to organize the Regional Management Conclave jointly with its local management associations across the country. Since its inception in 2017, it has been very well received in its editions held at Chennai, Kolkata, Guwahati, Kochi, and Mumbai. In 2021, the first online version was organized in collaboration with Hyderabad Management Association. Today, this edition of the Regional Management Conclave is being organized jointly with local management associations based in the Eastern region, with Jamshedpur Management Association taking the lead. The theme of the inaugural plenary is developing future business leaders to strategize and lead effectively in a volatile and uncertain world. Before we start with the program, a special mention and thanks to our principal sponsor for the event, Tata Steel. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that the complete agenda and speaker profile are available on the platform at the click of a button. You may like to visit the same to take a look at the flow of the program and also know more about our speakers of the sessions. During the sessions, we would request the participants to please post their questions by clicking on the chat button on the platform. This shall help in making the sessions more interactive and interesting. We would be having a break of only 5 minutes between respective sessions during the day, and I would request all the participants to remain connected. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with the inaugural session of Regional Management Conclave Eastern Region. May I now invite onto the virtual stage Mr. D. Shivakumar, Group Executive President, Aditya Birla Management Corporation Limited, and past President, All India Management Association. Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President, All India Management Association and Chairman and Managing Director, CavinKare Private Limited. Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, All India Management Association, and Mr. Chanakya Chaudhary, Chairman, Eastern Region LMA Coordination Group, AIMA, President, Jamshedpur Management Association, and Vice President, Corporate Services, Tata Steel. May I request all the dignitaries to join us for the virtual lighting of the lamp. I now request Mr. Chanakya Chaudhary to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you and good morning. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this Regional Management Conclave. I hope I'm audible. All right. Thank you so much. I think before the start of this event, I was just having an informal chat with Rekha, and I was saying the world we are living in for the last few years and how we stand today in the current world, I think this is a very, very apt time to have this Regional Management Conclave, and specifically the theme and the topic that we have finalized for today, a world which is very, very uncertain. And in some way, it is also leading the development of all of us, how to deal with uncertainty. And I think it comes at a very apt time because we've run through a couple of years of pandemic. We are surely not fully out of it. Hopefully, it just dies down. But we are also witnessing a war between Russia and Ukraine, which seems not only a war between two countries, because the world over it has an impact. So I think we are all learning how to live in these times of uncertainty. So I think the theme and the topics are very, very contextual for today in today's time. I am honored to have with us today Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President, All India Management Association and Chairman and MD of CavinKare Private Limited, and Mr. D. Shivakumar, Group Executive President, Aditya Birla Management Corporation Limited and past President, All India Management Association, and Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, All India Management Association. This conclave is a collective endeavor of the Eastern Region LMAs and AIMA. I recall a couple of months back when we had this discussion that we should organize a regional conclave. A lot of I think suggestions came in. We would have loved to have this in person, but I also feel that virtual platforms give us the opportunity for more and larger number of people to connect without actually getting to travel because of busy schedules that everyone's having. And I must thank all the LMAs and AIMA for making this happen. I also thank my own colleagues in JMA, Jamshedpur Management Association, the board and the managing team who have taken this forward. We all know that in today's world, somewhere the pre-COVID times, the way we used to live, the way we used to do business seems more like a dream now. And there are new ways of working. So we are in a new world in some way. And obviously it brings in new challenges. It also brings in new successes. And I think we are now working in a way which is very, very different. And the change has got accelerated. In some way, we do not have a choice. It's not that whether I want to change or not. The change is getting thrust on us. And I think it is getting accelerated as we move forward. And that's the reason why leadership has a very, very important role to play in today's time. And hence the first session, which we are into just now, is all about leadership and how the leadership needs to strategize and lead differently and effectively in this very uncertain world. And we have with us someone like Mr. D. Shivakumar to speak on that. He's also led organizations over the last few decades, and I know he's a well-known speaker in this field. These will be followed, the inaugural session will be followed with a few more sessions, which are also very apt. Just to give you the topics of these sessions: future of education, how great brands are built, startup to scale up, and the great resignation. All the topics being very contextual for and relevant for the current times. We have a battery of renowned speakers today. I welcome all the speakers who are speaking on these topics. It has been a great, I would say, initiative put together by a lot of people, AIMA and the LMAs and JMA. And I look forward to all these sessions. And I welcome all of you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Ms. Rekha Sethi to please introduce the session and the speakers of the inaugural plenary session.
Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Mr. D. Shivakumar, Mr. Chanakya Chaudhary, LMA leaders from the Eastern region, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to have you all with us and a very warm welcome in the 7th Regional Management Conclave. CKR, many thanks for agreeing to address the conclave. You have been associated with the Madras Management Association and you have a keen understanding of the strengths and issues of the LMAs. As AIMA president, you have reached out to the LMAs both digitally and physically and engaged with them for more intensive collaboration with AIMA and among themselves. You hosted the CEOs of the LMAs during the recent National Leadership Conclave in Delhi and had a very fruitful exchange with them. This conclave is a great opportunity for the LMAs of the Eastern region to hear your thoughts on the urgent management issues. Thank you for joining us and a very warm welcome to you. Shiv, many thanks for agreeing to deliver a keynote at the Regional Management Conclave and for offering your guidance to the members and associates of the LMAs in the Eastern region. A past president of AIMA yourself, you have experienced the importance and vitality of LMAs in driving the national management movement. As someone who's in charge of strategy at one of India's leading multinational conglomerates, you can offer an up-close and personal perspective of transformation amid these uncertain times. You've also led some iconic consumer and technology multinationals in India, and you've been part of the radical transformation amid rapid economic and technological change. We look forward to hearing your perspective on managing transformation in a world that is churning widely and offers little certainty. Thank you for joining us and a warm welcome to you. Chanakya, thank you for leading from the front in organizing this virtual regional management conclave for the LMAs in the Eastern region. Jamshedpur Management Association has been an active LMA and is doing a great service to the management fraternity in and around Jamshedpur. It is a pleasure to have you and a very warm welcome to you. A warm welcome to all the leaders and members of all the LMAs in the Eastern region who are joining us in this virtual conclave. I'm sure that you will enjoy interacting with some of the leading business and management thinkers and benefit from their wisdom and guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, AIMA introduced the Regional Management Conclaves during its Diamond Jubilee year in 2017 with the aim of creating a platform where LMAs of each region could come together and explore the emerging management issues and thinking. As it happens, the Eastern region has been the most active in hosting the RMCs, and the 3 of the 7 conclaves so far, including this one, have been hosted by the Eastern region. Many congratulations to East for again taking the leadership here. The RMCs have proved to be very important and effective and have been effective in preparing the LMAs and their constituents for the radical technological and business transformations. This conclave takes the theme of radical change in business transformation further under the dramatic and traumatic circumstances of the last 2 years. The pandemic has accentuated the compulsion to go fully digital, build business agility and resilience, and switch to new ways of working. In addition, the geopolitical strains are making the task of business transformation even more challenging, as mentioned by Chanakya earlier. However, the leaders must persist with their mission by continuously adapting to new challenges and controlling complexity. Therefore, the agenda of the RMC is largely focused on some key aspects of economic and business upgrades in a very uncertain environment. I'm sure you will all enjoy the conclave and learn something new from our key speakers. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure being here with you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Mr. C.K. Ranganathan to deliver his address?
Thank you. Shiv, Rekha, Mr. Chanakya, LMA leaders from Eastern Zone, eminent guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you and thank you for having me in this regional conclave. Shiv, it's a pleasure to have you and thank you for agreeing to deliver the keynote of this session. You are a past president of AIMA and you appreciate the role of LMAs in building management capacity in the country. You are an exceptional business thinker and a leader, and the audience at this regional conclave would greatly benefit from listening to your observations and perceptions. Thank you for joining us. My compliments to all leaders of the LMAs of the Eastern region for coming together and partnering AIMA in holding this conclave. This initiative is particularly important for rebuilding the bonds between the region's LMAs and their members after a disruption of 2 years. Mr. Chaudhary, congratulations to you on anchoring the Eastern RMC and providing a platform for the region's management fraternity to network and deliberate on urgent leadership issues. JMA has been an important affiliate of AIMA, and I appreciate the initiative shown by the association in facilitating this conclave. Holding this RMC digitally is a testament to the technological transformation among the LMAs. Before the COVID pandemic, AIMA had limited success in bringing LMAs onto digital platforms and in getting them to adopt digital governance processes. But over the past couple of years, LMAs have digitized enthusiastically, and the quantity and quality of interactions between AIMA and the LMAs has improved substantially. My compliments to the leaders of the Eastern LMAs for responding well to the new circumstances, for laying the foundation for future relevance to the changing enterprises. This conclave is being held at a crucial juncture for the nation and the global economies, as a globalized conflict is interfering with the post-pandemic recovery and rebuilding. The war in Ukraine and the attendant global economic war have added new dimensions to the uncertainty already created by the COVID and technological disruptions. The unreliability of international supply chains, shipping costs and times, volatility of commodity prices, and escalation of inflation, unpredictability of market access, financial risks are making life harder for business leaders. It is only appropriate that the conclave is focusing on leading transformation amidst extreme uncertainty and examining some key facets of the emerging deliverables for the leaders. It has become clear through the pandemic and the old normal in business no longer holds. The world has changed so much during these 2 years that it is not possible to roll back all the new things one has done and go back to the comfortable old ways. Everybody has learned to work and do business online. Workplace is no longer a place. It is a digital application or set of applications. Organizations are a network of people and autonomous machines, not merely a mass of people required to be at a particular location at specific times. Most tasks, transactions, and collaborations can be done remotely, so long as there is a decent wired or airwave connections. Physical and mental health of the employees have become part of the engagement and productivity equations. The competition for talent from startups and tech giants has become more intense, and all companies are expected to deliver a tech-like employee experience and career opportunities. Clearly, there is no option but to transform and keep up with the latest fashions in business and work. However, even as the need for transformation is dire, the radical uncertainty is making it difficult to settle on any route or destination. Also, the risk of causing self-harm in the process of self-upgrade has become extremely high. Still standing still, the worst for the options. Almost equally, risk is exchanging the familiar for the latest in panic. A common strategy during uncertainty is to seek the safety of the herd and follow the crowd in the hope that if something goes wrong, you would survive to learn from others' errors and misfortunes. However, the herd strategy requires one to be luckier than others, something that can't be the only strategy to get through the uncertainty times. The key to navigate uncertainty during transformation is setting on the organization's core objectives and values, which remain immutable under various circumstances. To ensure permanency of such objectives and values, a leader must build the necessary assets, team, processes, and relationships. Then these resources must be arranged in a flexible and upgradable matrix to be agile and resilient. Optimism is a powerful antidote for the anxiety of uncertainty. However, it is difficult to make plans based on optimism alone when it is hard to tell what could happen in if the economy and the business ecosystem of the next day collapse or rise, whatever that comes in your way. When things can change overnight and without clear warning, it is better to break down the long-term strategies and targets into short-term pieces, which can be adjusted quickly with least pain and cost. However, the long-term direction of the organization must guide the adjustments, and both must be communicated clearly and frequently to at least the key stakeholders to keep them facing the same way. Annual budgets may lose meaning at a time of daily uncertainty. As leaders transform organizations and businesses for the emerging trends and environment, they may prefer to shorten budget horizons. Staying liquid enough to withstand sudden short disruptions is critical. Protecting margins becomes important during the uncertainty, even at the cost of revenue growth. However, it is vital to have a clear deadlines for renewal of or expiry of emergency measures. The all or nothing transformation projects are not advisable during extremely uncertainty. If possible, one may invest incrementally in modularized transformation. The companies in the early stages of transformation may sandbox the experimental and innovative products and methods. The mainstream businesses can be insulated while completely new approaches can be applied to a limited part of the business ecosystem. This helps the leaders learn what works and what doesn't, and roll out only the successful solutions across the entire business ecosystem. Whenever required or possible, one may look to share both risk and opportunities with specialists, especially in technology upgrades and business model changes. For most enterprises that are trying to reinvent themselves as digital businesses, using leading financial, commerce, and collaboration platforms would be faster, cheaper, and more efficient. In an unstable environment, fast business intelligence and response are critical for both everyday operations and the transformation projects. It helps to decentralize power and send substantial decision-making and innovation authority to customer-facing nodes of the organization. Flattening the hierarchy is key to improving awareness and reflexes of an organization. The leaders must reach out to people at middle and bottom level of the hierarchy to get a more realistic picture of the businesses, as those normally surrounded the leaders have a vested interest in keeping the leader cocooned. Direct communication by the leader also ensures clarity and commonality of the important issues and helps everybody pull together the same direction. It minimizes speculations and subversion down the line. It also helps to promote the insiders to the new roles by upskilling them, as it saves time and costs involved in assessing and assimilating strangers. One of the important need at this time is one data for all. I think with the advent of technologies, I think everybody is transforming into that transparency in data making and centralized using the analytics for coming with a lot of inferences, predictive and prescriptive analytics. These are going to be the way of life. And over and above, what the human mind does with those data is very important, because analytics will definitely, a well-evolved analytics system will throw a lot of sharp insights. I think it's very important when it leaves the kind of this leading edge to navigate and adjust the whole enterprise towards that and come out with brilliant execution frameworks. And nevertheless, I think artificial intelligence can never replace a human mind, and you can over and above analyze and put your own perspectives into work. I think that's very important in my point of view. However, intelligence has to be centralized for a holistic visibility and better distribution of vital information across the organization. To have live intelligence and more informed response to the conditions, pervasive data collection and automated analytics have become necessary. Leaders must find ways to develop or customize algorithms that they can trust with meaningful insights, predictions, and automated process decisions. Environment, social, and governance, ESG issues, are also contributing to the uncertainty for businesses with direct or indirect global linkages. The governments of the rich economies are considering using ESG standards and laws to shape economies and policies in the developing countries. The raising of alarm about man-made climate change and the varying degrees of panicky responses are facing businesses to review their energy, material, process, and product choices. The EU is already in the process of making laws that will discriminate against companies whose production and logistics practices do not match the EU standards on emissions. Others can be expected to follow suit or retaliate. Either way, businesses face future uncertainty over international trade and investment because of the competing environmental standards and laws. During the leadership conclave, which was held recently, I was talking about the cross-border cartelization. I think that is also haunting the business environment. Gone are the days that shipping companies and the vessels, the containers companies are all cartelizing. And what we thought the short-term pain because of COVID caused the disruptions in logistics will come down is no more coming down easily. I think this is a very, very important thing that people have tasted. Earlier it used to be few industries within the country. Only crude used to practice a cartelization globally, but now many commodities, that's the norm. Similarly, there is a growing trend of governments using human rights, labor practices, corporate transparency, and even geopolitical loyalty as conditions for permitting cross-border investments and trade. A concoction of moral, cultural, scientific, and political quarrels between nations in different blocks of countries and adapt their businesses and brands to local tastes and preferences. Transparency and communication are also key element of business transformation in the digital age. There is no room for secrets or privacy for either the individual or the business when everyone and everything is digitized and algorithms track and trace whatever goes on. This is the norm. If the companies who don't practice transparency, I think they will become extinct, is my viewpoint. The uncertainty between anonymized tracking and full traceability poses a challenge to managers who are not comfortable doing their job in a glass cage. Moreover, the mob judgment of social media has an immediate and extensive impact on business and individuals. The leaders undertaking transformation these times have to be mindful of exposure and communication. It is not enough to be true or innocent, as the volume and spin of communication determines the outcome. Then there is also the threat of data and communication system getting compromised by cyber attacks. Building firewalls against intrusion and theft in the digitized ecosystem is a persistent transformation challenge which must be overcome. Overall, the transformation leaders have their hands full and they need to expand their awareness and seek help in order to implement a stable transformation amid great uncertainties. I'm sure today's regional management conclave will see some excellent discussions as we have outstanding speakers. Wishing a great session ahead. Shiv, looking forward to hearing you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ranga, very much for that wonderful session. I have many thoughts which reflect that, and I'm going to add to that. So, Sanjay, will you put up my slide, please? So, good morning, the Eastern Region LMAs. It's a pleasure. I'm told that there are more than 500 of you on the call. It's a pleasure to do this. And as I jokingly tell Rekha all the time, I am seen as AIMA's son-in-law. So Rekha taps me whenever she needs me to talk anywhere. So that's why I'm here. Thank you, Ranga. Ranga has been a friend for over 25 years, a competitor, a friend, and a great guide. So I'm really happy that he is the president of the All India Management Association and he's doing a superb job here. So Sanjay, next slide, please. So the first thing is the topic is very relevant as all of us have spoken about it. I think leading transformation. If you just type transformation into your search engine, you will get 4.8 billion articles on transformation. 4.8 billion articles. That must be one of the most searched words on a search engine. Almost every company in its annual report, in its annual commentary to the shareholders, says that we are transforming some part of the business or the other. All the companies that I have been involved in, whether it's Unilever, whether it's Nokia, whether it's PepsiCo, whether it's Aditya Birla Group, we've constantly talked of transforming. Why do we constantly talk of transforming? Because the world is changing much faster and it's very, very difficult to get lost in a fast changing world. So that's the reason why almost everybody needs to transform. Next slide, please. What do I mean by everybody needs to transform? I think you need to identify the need. Why do I need to transform? Where do I need to transform? And most important, how do I need to transform? If you look at it, countries have transformed over the last 50, 60 years. Let me give you two specific examples. Singapore. Singapore was actually merged with Malaysia, and Malaysia said around the 1950s that you are a drain on us. You are just taking too much, resource from us. And they told Singapore, demerge yourself, go and be a separate country. In the 1960s, Singapore did not have clean drinking water. Today, see Singapore 60 years later. They're absolutely one of the first world countries, a very advanced country. And look at the same Malaysia in relation to Singapore. There's absolutely no doubt that Singapore has moved far ahead. It had very strong leadership, very strong value system, very clear rules. That's the reason it moved ahead. The other example of a country which has transformed in less than 50 years, or I would say even 30 years, is the United Arab Emirates and Dubai. If you landed in Dubai in the 1990s and you land in Dubai today, it's a dramatically different world. And remember, the local population is less than 5% of Dubai, but it's the expat population and the whole market and the whole appeal of Dubai is to a global world. So Dubai is another country which has transformed. So both Singapore and Dubai are great examples of people who transform. Let's look at examples of institutions which need to transform. Ever since the pandemic, the World Health Organization has come under enormous challenge. Have they transformed? I suggest to you the answer is no. They're still doing what is required in the past. They're not looking ahead to say what can happen in the future, what do we need to do. Let's look at the new war which is in front of us, the Russia-Ukraine war. Has NATO transformed? The answer is no. Maybe they're one of the reasons why we are in this situation right now. So now NATO needs to transform for a future world. They were created at the end of World War II, but they need to transform for a future world. So institutions like the World Health Organization, like the NATO, needs to transform. Let's look at companies. Have companies transformed? The answer is no. Some of the biggest companies like General Electric, which is a 160-year-old company, got split into three. It just didn't see the future. For a time, GE could do no wrong. And for a time, GE could do no right. And this is what happens. You have to identify the need, you have to change at the right time, and you have to have the right process to change. Let's look at the startups today. The number of startups who are listed who are doing extremely badly on the stock market. Their share prices really tanked. Do they need to transform? The answer is yes, but they're unwilling to transform. They're still stuck in the past. So the biggest challenge to transformation is old habits, old dogma, refusal to see a future world. And the same is true not just for companies, I submit to you, it's true for individuals also. We are a system of our habits, and some habits have worked for us. Some new habits need to be built on the way, but we don't do it. Next slide, please. So, one of the reasons we need to transform is that the pace of change and the demands on each are accelerating significantly. Today, almost everything is in a fast-paced world. You have just been reading, I'm sure, on social media, this whole thing of delivery and whether delivery in 10 minutes is a valid promise, or delivery in 20 minutes is a valid promise, or delivery in 10 minutes will create more anxiety and more, will create more problems for the drivers, etc. So that is something which is the pace of change. And the pace of change will only accelerate in a coming world. Next slide, please. One of the outcomes of this kind of a pace of change is the mortality of companies. In 1935, the average age of a company was 90 years old. Today, it's less than 10. That's less than 20, sorry, 10 is a mistake. So that's a dramatic change. Some people say it's 12, some people say it's 15, some people say it's 18, but it's less than 20. And I would say in a future world, it'll come down to less than 15. So if the company is only going to live for about 15, 20 years, there'll be two types of companies in my book. One is the old legacy companies, which will be around for 50 years, 100 years. And then there'll be the new age companies, which will be around for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. They'll morph, they will change, they'll be bought over, or they'll collapse. One of the two will happen. So the question for us as individuals when we transform is, okay, what type of a company do we want to join? If the age of a company is going to be 15, 20 years, and our career is going to be 30 to 35 years, which type of company will we choose? Will we choose an old age legacy company, or will we choose a startup? If we choose a startup or a young company, then our career becomes like riding a surf, like riding a wave. We constantly need to ride the wave or the current in order to get ahead. So we need to transform our skill sets, and we need to go that way. Next slide, please. One of the things I have noticed is that companies get slower as they age. This is an absolute truism. Institutions get slower, companies get slower. The question you could well ask me is, why do companies get slower? They get slower because they have bad habits which creep in, old habits which creep in. Silos. One silo does not talk to the other. Okay? And not invented here syndrome. We are successful. We know what to do. We don't need to listen to anybody else. Turf wars. This is my turf. Thou shalt not come onto my turf and tell me what to do. Okay? And many times when a company gets slow, it gets slow because it's protecting the old. It is not creating the new. Because you're protecting the old, you're taking so much time, so much unnecessary work to protect something which cannot be protected. And finally, in every company that gets slow, I've seen that managers tend to be like security guards. Won't touch the building. You're not allowed. You can only see from the outside. Whereas managers in companies which are fast think more like architects. They say the building is this. Can I change the grill? Can I change the paint? Can I add a new facade? Can I add a new pathway? Okay. Can I add trees? That's what they do. They don't take what is being given to them as granted. as a given. So companies get slow as they get older. So every old company needs to watch out for this bad habit called slow. Next slide, please. This is something that I've said many, many times over in the last, I think, 10 years. In the last 25 years, I have not seen a big company beat a small company. I have not seen it at all. Not one big company has beaten a small company. However, a fast company has beaten a slow company. So whether you're big, whether you're medium sized, whether you're small, whether you're a startup is not the issue, but how fearless on the weakness of a large company. They're absolutely merciless. They're like gorillas. They fight and they drive mercilessly that wedge wherever the big company is slow. This is what I've seen. So you have to ask yourself, how can I become a faster company, a quicker company? If you become a faster company, you'll become a bigger company. It is not necessary that if you become a bigger company, you'll become a faster company. So transformation must be led by pace and not by size. Next slide. So what can leaders do? The job of a leader in normal times is very tough. And it's even tougher when the leader has to plan a transformation, either for his company or his department or for the industry. The challenges before a leader are, what do I continue and what do I change? Okay, what is core to my organization and what is new to my organization? How do I retain old talent, yet bring new capabilities and new people in and make them feel valued without upsetting the old people in the organization? And how do I speeden up, yet when necessary, I slow down to give me breathing space? These are the real challenges for leaders as you think of transformation. And finally, the biggest challenge for a leader when you go through transformation is, what is the communication that I put out to people? If I go and tell people, hey, you know what, a company is going to get transformed, how will they see it? Will they get scared? The moment I say, hey, we are getting transformed, does that mean I'm telling them to go look for jobs? Does transformation equal job losses? These are serious questions that a leader needs to think about. Next slide, please. The simple thing I would tell you for all leaders is go to the marketplace. The truth is in the market always. The truth is with the customers. The truth is with the consumers. Talk to them. Organize that information. Get more people to feel the heat of the marketplace. The reason why old habits in organizations develop is because people are unwilling to listen to the changes in the marketplace. When the salesperson sends a report or says something, somebody says, yeah, we heard that before. This has happened in Guwahati in 1945 and nothing came out of it. Or it has happened in Madhya Pradesh in 1971 and nothing came of it. We tend to foo-foo every small thing which comes up. I do realize that some salespeople will always over-exaggerate to tell you that there is a problem. But if there are 20 messages coming to you from the front line, it's likely that at least one of them might be telling you the truth. So I would tell you, you should personally travel to the market, to the coalface, go and meet your customers. And when you meet your customers, ask them a simple question. How am I doing vis-a-vis my competitors? What can I do better for you? Am I solving your problems? If your customer talks to you in the old way, saying you used to do this, that's trouble. If the customer addresses you in the past tense, then you are in trouble. You need to transform very quickly. If the customer says, hey, you know what? You are leading the way. You are one of the early people who is doing this, then you should celebrate that. So go talk to your customers, go talk to the marketplace, check if they're talking to you in the past tense or they're talking to you in the future tense and telling you that you are on your way. That's the only way. The truth is always there in the marketplace. It is not there in the boardrooms of a company. Next slide, please. Next thing, and Ranga spoke about this, I always think that in every company, there are 4 levels that you need to think about of anything. There's data, there's information, there's insight, there's solution. Some companies just require more data. If you're entering a new market or a new segment, you'll say, hey, get me some data on that market. Is that market attractive? How large is it? How many competitors? What kind of profitability, etc. I submit to you, companies use less than 5% of the data they have today, believe it or not. The second is information. Where can I get information? What can I get information? The real challenge to companies today is actually insights. Companies do not have insights. Companies have loads of data, loads of information in a world which is absolutely free flowing with data and information. Once you have the insight for the problem which the consumer or the customer is facing, then you can provide a solution. Quite often we think that just putting a platform off there, just putting a website off there is a solution, it will solve it. That's not true. You need to have the insight based on the data and information you have about your company, about your channel, about your industry, before you can go to the solution phase. If you do not have the proper mechanism of data, information, insight gathering, your solution will be a mistake. So the transformation solution that you're seeking needs to go through a very thorough process of this. Next slide. The organization is a vertical hierarchy, and this does not help transformation. If you look at the organization of today, it drew its principles from two sources, the army and the church, and both were vertical hierarchies. In a vertical hierarchy, things go up and down the line, and that creates a lot of slowness. In the past, an organization would have 10 to 15 layers and maybe sub-layers. Today, most organizations will have 7 to 8 layers and maybe some sub-layers. I submit to you that the future organization will have less than 5 layers. That means middle management will go away. That is one of the things that the PEs and VCs really drive. They take away chunks of middle management. When organizations get flatter, and Ranga spoke about this, then what happens is spans of control increase. If spans of control increase, I used to have 18 people reporting to me when I was in PepsiCo. So Peter Drucker, who enunciated the concept of the span of control, said that a manager can handle 8 people. But that was in a non-technology world, which was 1920, no email, only paper, etc. If today people need to handle 15 to 20 people, then you need to transform yourself in the way you manage time. You need to transform your own skill set. You need to transform your own decision-making abilities. So there'll be enormous pressure on you as a leader to transform yourself in an organization which is going to get flatter in hierarchy, but wider in horizontal measures. So the key is to ensure that you go up and down and sideways in the organization as quickly as possible with your information, insights, and your influence. Next slide, please. If you want transformation in an organization, look for horizontal collaboration. Are various departments handing over to the next person seamlessly? So the BPO industry gave us the concept of the SLA. Okay, you need to apply SLAs in your organization. In both Nokia and PepsiCo, I used to actually measure the responsiveness of every team. The top 30 teams, I used to measure every 2 months how responsive they were to the other, and the whole organization would vote on the responsiveness. And you have to hold people accountable for collaborating with the other function, not collaborating within the function. People are very good collaborating within the function because they see themselves as one unit which is fighting somebody else, which is what I talked about the turf wars. The true transformation, the true agility will come when you have horizontal collaboration. Next slide, please. The other thing about transformation is to look at trends. When you look at trends, I'd ask you to look at trends at a society level, at a family level, at an individual level. If a trend ticks all 3 boxes, that is the society, the family, and the individual, you can be almost certain that it will be at your doorstep. For example, let's take sugar and diabetes. Sugar is a problem for individuals, sugar is a problem for family, sugar is a problem for society. For individuals, today we have more than 110 million people in India who suffer from diabetes. For a family, how does it transform? Healthier food habits. In Chennai, where Ranga comes from, millets sell a lot. In that state today, rice is being replaced by millets. In the refrigerator, the housewife does not keep any soft drink. She keeps health drinks. She keeps maybe something with milk. So milk is substituting soft drinks. Milk is the most preferred drink right now. For society, what's the problem? Healthcare cost of diabetes and sugar is a problem. The same is true for obesity. Look at individuals' obesity. In America, more than I think 45% of people are obese. That impacts the family. That impacts society in healthcare costs. It impacts society in terms of insurance costs. Okay. Take privacy, social media and privacy. It impacts the individual, it impacts the family, it impacts society. Take technology. It impacts the individual, it impacts family, it impacts society. Take ecology and sustainability. It impacts the individual, it impacts the family, it impacts the society. So every time somebody talks of a trend, ask yourself a simple question. Does it impact the individual, the family, and society? And you can be sure then that trend will come to your doorstep. It will come upon you very, very quickly. Next slide, please. Whenever we see trends, whenever we go through transformation, we need to build scenarios. We need to build what I call a what if. What if this happens? What if that happens? That is what the scenario building is about. So let me explain how you could build a scenario. Next slide, please. In every business, and Ranga spoke of, do we need an annual budget? In PepsiCo, not in Nokia, in 2002, we used to have 6 monthly budgets. So the year was split into 2 because it was a fast changing industry, and we used to have 2 budgets, not 1. We forgot everything on June 30th, July 1 started something new. By December, we forgot. We used to track month-on-month growth, okay, not even quarter-on-quarter growth. All plans I notice are either pessimistic, realistic, or optimistic, okay? And every time you build a scenario, you need to build these 3 situations there. If FY22 has been a tough year, you can be sure that the sales team will give you a pessimistic plan. If on the other hand, if FY22 was a damn good year, the sales team will give you a very optimistic plan. Everybody is walking on in air. I think the role of a leader is to ensure that you get to a realistic plan. A realistic plan in my book is something which you will hit plus minus 5%. That is what I call a realistic plan. And all your costs must be on a pessimistic basis. So whatever is your pessimistic plan, please build your cost structure on that. There are many companies who transform, who build a cost structure on an optimistic plan, and when the revenue and the margin do not happen, then they are saddled and then they die. Because the fixed cost is so high, they're not able to service it. So all your costs must be on a pessimistic plan. Convert as many costs as possible into variable costs and do not have fixed costs. So the truth is, you have the conversation in the organization to say, give me a number you will definitely meet. That doesn't mean if somebody has done 100 last year, he tells you, know what, I'll do 80 and that's fine. Because you already have a cost structure which is running for 100. So you have an inflation which is catching up with you, 7%, 10%, etc. So all your plans must be realistic, but they must also be inflation proof. If you do not manage like that, you'll never get transformation. Next slide. So in summary, thank you very much, Region East LMAs for inviting me to do this. Thank you very much, Ranga and Rekha, for inviting me to do this. I think the world needs to transform, whether it's a country, I gave you the example of Singapore and Dubai, whether it's an institution, I gave you the example of the World Health Organization or NATO, or it's companies, and I gave you the example of General Electric. Everybody needs to transform. At an individual level, each of us need to transform. If we do not transform, our team will not transform, and hence our company will not transform, and hence our society will not transform. So whenever you think of transformation, be clear about the communication you put out there. Whenever you talk the word transformation, people get scared. People think that there are job losses coming up now, things are going to change. My future is not secure. So you have to be extremely clear how you convey what you want to convey around transformation. Every time you build plans, please ensure that your plans are vetted on realism, being optimistic, and being pessimistic. Your cost structure must always be on the pessimistic plan. Organizations are getting flatter. Organizations getting flatter means more span of control for people, which means more horizontal collaboration is necessary. Layers of middle management will go away with automation. Today, we have more collaboration vehicles on our laptop than ever before. The world of transformation is a tough world. It's not an easy world. Less than 30% of companies who start on a transformation journey actually make the numbers necessary for the transformation. So that's all I have to say, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. All the best. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Shiv. I think it was a very enlightening speech. I think it's very much needed and need of the hour. I think you have very clearly put all the important aspects on the table. So I have a question, audience. Hope you have some time. Okay, thanks. And do you think the globalization is coming to an end because of the kind of conflicts and war, China, everybody is trying to behave very differently? And the digital currencies are showing up, and we don't know whether the US dollar will continue to be dominant. All these things. Do you have any view on that? How the kind of this thing will impact the end of globalization kind of a scenario as of now?
Yeah. So globalization in the past was seen as transfer of goods between countries, manufactured products. That's what it was. So if you look at the total exports in the world, it's about 11 trillion out of a global economy this year, which is 95 to 100 trillion. And imports was also 10, 11 trillion. The big trading economies were the top countries like China, America, etc. What we actually see today is, thanks to digital, we're seeing pockets of regionalization develop, regional pockets, because all technology platforms are global platforms. Okay, so we are seeing a lot more trade happening globally on digital platforms. So, and also if you look at the top industries, Ranga, the number one industry in the world is financial services, which is $23 trillion. Now, the financial services sector has always been a moat thanks to the central banks. And the point you raised, the fiat currency has been the dollar. After the dollar has been the euro, after that has been the pound, after that has been the renminbi. Okay. Now, with the current crisis, there is a partial shift to gold, because gold, we've noticed every time there's uncertainty, gold picks up. Gold is an automatic hedge. Will the dollar go away as the fiat currency? Unlikely, because it's got a history and a legacy to it. Okay. So everybody who's threatened the dollar, the previous currency was, but one thing which will definitely happen is central banks issuing digital currency. I think that's a given. Okay, because if you want a currency to be established, two countries have to say number of people to say that. Now that depends on the strength of your economy and the ability of your currency to be pegged at the right value against other currencies. So I think that will take some distance. And I believe only the top 5 economies in the world will have some degree of control over the fiat currency. America, it has a currencies will come in, central bank currencies will come in. It'll take some time.
Okay, thanks. Rekha, I will depend on you to kind of field the question from the chat box, because I connected to a mobile and I have connectivity issues. That's why I'm not able to see the chat box.
Sure. So there have been a lot of questions here for you. One of the questions is, what are the opportunities and threats for Indian enterprises amid the prevailing churn and uncertainty?
So see, the total employment in India is about 460 million people or so. Okay, I was just reading some data saying that it's an all-time low right now, etc. Small and medium enterprises, which is about 64 million enterprises, account for about 125 million people. Okay, that's all. I think the big opportunity for Indian enterprises is actually to go digital, to serve unmet needs. Because what does digital do? It just is merciless on the middleman who adds no value. Okay, is the shortest distance between the producer and the consumer. So there are so many opportunities for creating new businesses in a digital way, or to conduct old businesses in a digital way. I think that is the key for all young enterprises in this country, and that's where the biggest opportunity is. Now, why do I call it the biggest opportunity? Because old established companies will take time to do it. They will constantly take one step forward, 2 steps back. It's the young company which can do it and really show to the world that change is possible.
So I think moving from your answer, there is a question that says, how should leaders of small and medium enterprises approach rebuilding and transforming uncertainty. So you're saying they should do it, but how should they do it is what?
How should they go about doing it? Apply to large organizations, less than 100 people. You fluidity of your organization. You have to have multiple ways of working. There is no department, there is no silo thinking. The CEO is everything, and everybody who works for him is a CEO. And small organizations thrive when they have what I call the owner's mentality, where everybody feels like an owner, everybody feels like an underdog, everybody has an enemy or a competitor to go after. That spirit you need to create in a small organization. Without that spirit, it does not work. So for example, you know what? I need to show the big boys that I'm around and I'm willing to do something.
Okay, coming to a management question, really. How should one plan for building a leadership pipeline at a time when the business ecosystem is in a flux and the network's know-hows and skills are undergoing rapid obsolescence?
Very good question. So I call this the 3L. Number one, longevity of companies is no longer given. Companies will come and go. They will die in 10 years, they'll die in 15 years. Number one. Number two, loyalty of an employee is not a given. Employees will work for you for 2 years, employees will work for you for 3 years. I'm one of those rare guys who work for many years in a company. Okay. Very rare. Okay. Nobody works for a company for more than 2-3 years right now.
Me.
You too. Ranga, of course, has his own company. And of course, Chanakya. Okay. Long serving people. That's a rarity. Okay. It will absolute rarity. The third, which will keep you relevant, is learning. The only thing which guarantees your individual transformation, your team's transformation, and your company's transformation is if you're willing to learn and put the elements of your learning into the transformation process to transform yourself for the company. If you don't learn, you are history in today's world.
Well, there are many more questions, but we have run out of time. So we just have a minute to go. I'll request Chanakya to close the session.
Thanks, Rekha. And I think it's fantastic. This session was in some way an eye-opener. Both Mr. Ranganathan and Mr. Shivakumar. I think especially the thought processes you brought in terms of how the whole journey of an organization has moved or is moving from the hierarchy that we had seen in vertical hierarchy to flat organizations from, I like the way you positioned your thought shift with regard to, the big eating the small or the fast eating the slow. And I think that's where a lot of people get confused by the size of it. And it's amazing how in very simple words you put in, and even the last one about the 3 L's, about longevity, loyalty, and learning. And I was looking at myself saying, am I becoming extinct now? Because I spent 34 years in Tata Steel. So in some way, what you say is absolutely right. We also see it in our own company today. The youngsters who join in do not have a plan beyond 2 to 3 years. And that's their own personal plan, development plan. And I think it goes a long way in saying how to take it, how the new world is changing and has already changed in some way. I think it's a fantastic inaugural session that we have gone through, specifically in these uncertain times as we see. But I think the mantra that I have heard and all of us have heard from both of you have been amazing. I think President also gave us a lot of insights, and Shiv, you've always been a leader in your own right. You've always given a lot of eye-openers and thought-provoking stuff, which I think I have noted a few for my own self and my own team, and I'm sure others would have done so. And thank you very much for this enlightening session. Thanks a lot once again.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural plenary session. We once again thank our principal sponsor for the event, Tata Steel. I request all participants to remain connected as we will begin with the next session immediately. We would request the participants to please post their questions by clicking on the chat button on the platform This shall help in making the sessions more interactive and interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the second plenary session on the future of education with Professor Anil D. Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education as the speaker, and Professor Father Paul Fernandes, Director, XLRI, Jamshedpur, as the session chair. Before I hand over the proceedings to Professor Father Paul Fernandes, it is my privilege to share a few words about him. Professor Father Paul Fernandes is the Director of XLRI, Xavier School of Management, Jamshedpur, Vice Chairman of XLRI Board of Governors, and Superior of the Jesuit Community of XLRI, Jamshedpur. A scholar, teacher, and administrator par excellence, Father Paul recently held the distinguished positions of Vice Chancellor, Xavier University, Bhubaneswar, of which he was the founder, and Director, Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. His published academic works have refined the knowledge base on ethical management. May I now request Professor Father Paul Fernandes to initiate the session by briefly introducing the topic, and Professor Anil D. Sahasrabudhe to take the session forward, please.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Dr. Sahasrabudhe is here with us. So I will first introduce Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe and then introduce the topic of today. So, education is for light, for freedom, for peace and joy in our lives. And we are delighted to have Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, AICTE, to speak to us on the future of education. He speaks so well, and we have heard him so many times. Every time we have insight, and it's a delight to listen to him. So I will also talk about, it's an honor to have him, for he is a scholar and professor in mechanical engineering, and therefore he understands all the engineering aspects of education and re-engineering as well of education policy, education futures, and he understands all the laws of mechanics of implementing the policies. There is so much that he is doing today. We are indeed delighted. He's an institution builder, having been director of Pune College of Engineering and then transforming it and facilitating the growth, the starting of many colleges, universities, institutions in the country. He's a reformer of education, especially higher technical education, facilitating change. He has brought in so much the facilitating aspect to AICTE, rather than being the regulator with inspector, license, Raj kind of. He has moved away from that, and we are very grateful to him for it. He has brought in a lot of innovations, and so he's an innovator, rolling out many innovative AICTE services to students, to faculty, faculty development, institutions, institutional development, to states to have educational planning, and the union territories, and to the country itself as a whole. Really a nation builder, therefore, and highly appreciated all over the country and the world, and is adorned by many awards in his lifetime career. Yes, sir, we are eagerly waiting to hear from you, as you're one of the architects and implementer of NEP 2020, and to see the future of education, you see it far better than most of us and maybe all of us. You have so much insight, so much data, so much understanding. We will definitely benefit from your inspiration. Let me briefly introduce the topic of the day so that our minds and hearts are open to the enlightenment. Let's say a few words on the education landscape as it appears in reality in our country today. There are several ways of speaking about the future. First of all, education in India began as a private institution, then the state comes in and regulates the education, and there are compulsions of economic development and politics that change almost everything in the education landscape. Nevertheless, here is the picture of the landscape. In the primary, secondary, and qualifying education, we have 1.5 million schools in the country with about 335 million enrolled students, and there may be more now. And there are about 8.5 million teachers in the qualifying education space. That is followed by higher education, where we have more than 903 universities, both private and public. We have 39,050 colleges, affiliated and autonomous, all put together. Then we have 10,011 standalone institutions in the country. 500 of the universities are general multidisciplinary universities, 126 technical universities, 70 agriculture and allied studies universities, 58 medical universities, 22 law universities, 13 Sanskrit universities, and 10 language universities. We have over 36.6 million students, and that number is growing, and the country aims to double that number in the coming years. And there's a big impact it's going to have. Also, the proportion of girls in the higher education space is 47.6%, and it's also growing. Maybe it is, I don't know. This is year ago figures, and this may have changed. So government decided to change the direction through NEP 2020. We shall hear about it. Also, the pandemic led large-scale disruption and loss of learning. We have recovered some of it, but this is one of the sense how smart virus sort of our future depends on what we do with it. And so we have experienced disruptions, and then so if we talk about the future, therefore, future is a general word described and measured or defined in many ways. Vision is one, prediction is another, plans, long-term plans is another, disruptive future, strategy, and a host of other ways. But there are also some distinctive ways of speaking about the future, about 4 different. One of them is the will, the future that we can promise to our people. And this is the one that builds the nation, our society, our economy, our future. So what is the promise education holds in the way we do it? What promise we make to our children, students, to youth, working people, and to all persons, irrespective of their status in life or category in which they're born, or the economic status, and so on. In the next 25 years, when India reaches 100 years of independence as a republic, so a constitutional republic. So we have the role of the state, role of the center, role of institutions, almost private and public space, and so on. And what has happened, another development that has taken place in the landscape is EdTech revolution in the country. There are more than some 4,450 EdTech companies that started, startups, so some are at different levels, many of them in Bangalore and Delhi, and they are trying to bridge the skill gap, and there is so much of skilling and reskilling that is necessary And so the future is very dynamic. So in the next 25 years, maybe all Indians may learn maybe Python or AI or even the privacy threats may be there, whatever is happening. So the question is what we can really promise, commit ourselves to that promise and deliver on that promise to future learners. And therefore, we hope in a meaningful future. We are the creators of a meaningful future. We hope in an orderly future, in order of things to come, a sustainable future on a livable planet and in a just ecosystem and society. So there are then some conditional futures like edtech options and future tech and so on. So when so much of the future depends on smart viruses and pandemic, we all have suffered from it. We have recovered partly. What will education be like in the coming years, in the next 25 years from now? Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, we all want to listen to you. You can shed light on, you are a rising sun that sheds its rays upon us. Most welcome.
Thank you for the kind words, Professor Father Paul Fernandes. You have been yourself a great educationist, and coming from you, those words really give me more encouragement that I must be doing even better than what I am today doing. Well, the AIMA, this particular regional management conclave with the title Bruised New World, Leading Transformation Amidst Uncertainty, and also the future of education, the topic which is given to me as part of the plenary session 2. I'm just trying to reflect, before talking about the future of education, how education itself grew from very ancient times, which was more specific to very small segment of the population, very small set of students sitting together, to how it has become a mass education. If you look at the millennia, before, starting from what is known as Gurukula in our Indian system, there may be maybe 50 odd, 100 odd shishas, or the students who used to go to the residence of the gurus. So the students were traveling to place in a forest and then get education in a small setup. It was not more than maybe 100, 200 students in one place. But gradually, as we moved forward, and that was education in mostly oral tradition, because there was no writing, reading possibilities, and therefore everything was mostly oral. Gradually, centuries later, we have had the system where we also got what to write onto the leaves, etc., tamra pratras, then on the blackboard. Now, today we talk about whiteboard, but then it was a blackboard with a chalk. And subsequently, in the last century, we started off with overhead projectors, so that large number of students could see what is being written from a little more distance. Liquid crystal display, LCD displays, internet. Today we talk about YouTube lectures, MOOC platforms, even indigenously developed MOOC platforms, Swayam. And then ODL, online and distance learning programs, be it IGNOU and some other universities in India as well as in abroad. Huge number of students getting education. That is the true mass education, right from school to higher education in the form of open learning. We have NIOS, we have a IGNOU university at the center, but every state nearly has one open university. And therefore, education has spread wide and depth. And what we see today is from mere 0.7% gross enrollment ratio at the time of independence in the higher education reached 27% today. But still long way to go, because the new national education policy is dreaming about making it 50% by about next 10 to 15 years. So what we achieved in 75 years, we are now following what is known as Amrut Mahotsav, and the Prime Minister as well as just now Professor Paul Fernandes also talked about the next 25 years. And by the turn of 100 years of India's independence, where should we be? I'm sure we would have at least 60-65% gross enrollment ratio in higher education by that time. A fully empowered society. Anyone who wants to have higher education should not be deprived of that. And all variety of education, be it skill education, vocational education, be it technical or professional education, including management education, or any type like medicine, law, anyone who has a particular choice to learn, he or she must not be deprived. And that is why often we talk about Antyodaya, the last man, one who is in the remotest tribal area, remotest village in some state. He or she also must get equal opportunity to study, to empower oneself, to learn what that person wants to learn. And that is the future of education in India as well as probably world over. And that's why when you talk about a bruised new world leading transformation amidst this uncertainty, I suddenly remembered the word VUCA world. And this is a terminology which came in the 80s called volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, VUCA world. And in my earlier, many of the talks I have mentioned that world may be VUCA, world may be ambiguous, world may be really complex. There are lots of uncertainties and which come without our notice. Who had imagined maybe by the end of 2019 that there would be a virus and which will create havoc in the whole world? But come end of 2019, somewhere around December, a small segment started getting affected. And by March 2020, the whole world was affected. There were lockdowns all over the world, no travel, all restrictions. The colleges got closed. And therefore, such uncertainties, when they came in, we have to rise to the occasion. And that's why these very words, VUCA, when you reverse the letters, the A, accept it. You know, this problem, uncertainty is going to be there, is there. Accept it and change our attitude, be positive. And if you do positive attitude, and the next letter, the complex C, should be changed to collaboration, cooperation between institutions, between organizations. If you do that, and uncertainty is there, but that U stands for untiring efforts, united efforts by all concerned. If you do that, that V, volatile, will evaporate, and then we will be victorious, V for victory. And that is what we did it in the last 2 years, despite all odds. Maybe several lakhs and lakhs of people had virus infection. Some of them, in fact, unfortunately lost their lives. But as a nation, as a society, we stood up and we created that V vaccine, which helped not only our country, but the whole world. And that is the spirit of what education can do, how we should be able to lead the way for not only our country, but the whole world. And this is what is leading the transformation amidst uncertainty. Our nation has shown the way. Many of our regulatory bodies have shown the way. Our educational institutions have shown the way. Although it was not their task, I have seen many educational institutions having created their own way of helping people around, maybe in terms of creating sanitizers in their chemistry laboratories, maybe creating masks by using some different variety of textile and helping the poor citizens who cannot afford to buy that mask, creating even oxygen ventilators in our workshops and laboratories to supply oxygen for the patients. So that means education, when it is being given in the right doses, right perspective, a lot of innovations happen, which is helpful for the nation. The second part which happened was we had certainly, as I said, online education to some extent, ODL, that is distance education to a great extent. There were, of course, right from what we call Khan Academy to Coursera to MIT edX-like platforms, which are MOOC platforms, massive online open courses. We also ourselves developed our own Swayam platform for MOOC with more than 2,500 courses. The number of students who are using was gradually increasing from 100,000, that is 1 lakh, to 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 20 lakh, and up to about 1 crore. But pandemic changed the whole circumstances. That uncertainty that college can start, may not start was there, but we did not stop education. There are many countries in the world where the education came to a standstill, but we did not do it. Right from nursery, primary, high school, college, university, including conduct of research wherever possible. We continued our journey of education, journey of excellence in whatever way, whatever possible. And that lesson which we have learned is going to pave the way for introducing new national education policy in right perspective to be a mass education, to cater to the choice of the students. We have already got what we call choice-based credit system followed by UGC for quite some time in many of the institutions, including IIMs and XLRIs, as well as IITs of the world. We already had choice-based credit system for a long time, that although you will do a generic course, you have opportunity of taking some of the credits of your choice based on the specialization that you want to achieve. And this is going to become more and more. You may have a generic degree, but huge amount of specialization will come in from the type of courses one wants to take. And this need not be from the same educational institution. And that's why UGC as well as AICTE in the beginning, when the MOOC platform SWAYAM was created, we said 20% of the course credits can be taken from the MOOC platform. You may not have teachers in that domain, but you may take courses from best teachers available on the MOOC platform from anywhere else, from any other institution. A student from maybe XLRI can take a course from IIM Ahmedabad or Bangalore, and vice versa, if the course is available on the MOOC platform. So this 20% was ongoing. Meanwhile, because of the pandemic, when all the education became online and people got used to it, teachers got used to it, students got used to it, we increased it from 20% to 40%. Or blended learning, where part of the program can be in the classroom, part of the program will be in an online mode. Many people ask questions about what about some of the experiments. I would like to reassure you that there are large number of virtual lab experiments which have been created much before pandemic by all IITs and few other institutions like IIT Hyderabad, College of Engineering, Pune, NIT Surathkal, and institution in Agra, that we have had an opportunity, including conducting of experiments in maybe physics, in chemistry, in engineering like electronics, in computer science, in instrumentation. And these are all simulation-based experiments. Of course, you would not be touching the actual equipment, but you will get hang and feel of almost you are trying to conduct the experiment by yourself. It is not only such virtual, not only such simulation-based experiments, but many institutions are also developing what is known as remote-controlled experiments, where for conducting an experiment on a very expensive equipment, which all institutions cannot afford, a slot can be booked and an experiment can be conducted by operating an equipment from a distance, thousands of kilometers away, using internet capability of the place where the experimental setup is there and the institution where the learning is required to take place. So these remote controlled labs are also coming into place. Therefore, more and more credits now today can be easily earned through virtual means, through internet-based means, and therefore number of students whom education can be catered, that is mass education, has become much more easier than ever before. And during this current budget session, based on what we talk about NEP 2020, the finance minister has already announced the starting of a digital university, and there is a funding which is going to be provided by the ministry to create a digital university, 100% programs all delivered in a digital means with a philosophy of hub and spoke. There may be a central hub, maybe a government institution or an organization to be created by an act of parliament with large number of institutions, both private and government, also edutech companies acting as spokes. So a student can take a choice of subjects from each one of those spokes, multiple spokes, accumulate those credits in the form of credits earned by the person in the academic bank of credits. The concept of academic bank of credits has already been placed now. The institutions are asked to onboard all the students, and every credit that they earn in the respective colleges must be provided onto that platform so that a student keeps on accumulating, and as soon as student completes the requirement of award of a degree in terms of the regulations of the university or the institution, a student will be in a position to acquire a degree. And for this, student need not be gravitating to only one institute, but can take courses from maybe a couple of institutes or more institutions, both in the physical space as well as in an online space. Can spend a semester in another institution, get those credits and get accommodated in the academic bank of credits. And total empowerment of students in terms of what he wants to learn. I'm just giving another example of much before the pandemic and before digital university is taking shape. We started in AICTE a program called NEAT, National Educational Alliance for Technologies. This is for all those edutech companies who have developed several applications, which are actually many of them AI-based, artificial intelligence-based, which test the students at the beginning in a particular course, and depending on the outcome to be achieved at the end of that particular course or the program, what all is required to be learned by that student could be different. Some of the students may have some prior learning. They may be able to complete this course faster than others. Some of them who have not done anything, any background information or the knowledge that is required, may be advised to do some of the elements of that much in advance, then start off, and may take little longer time than others. While the path is different, the duration is different for different students to complete the course, the end result, whatever may be your starting point, the end point outcome at the end of that course is exactly similar. Of course, there may be gradation in terms of your ability to learn as much as it is possible, but overall objective of the course is achieved by the students at the end of the program or at the end of that particular course. Such AI-based National Educational Alliance for Technologies came into existence in 2017-18 itself. And after first version NEET 1, then NEET 2, now NEET 3 is ongoing. And I'm sure many of these companies, who are all edutech companies, are providing huge number of skill-based courses. Because many a times our students do graduate with an arts degree or a commerce or a management or an engineering or an architecture or a pharmacy degree, but many of them are found to be wanting in actual practical applications and the skill sets. Such add-on programs, such courses will help in increasing their employability multifold. And not only it is multifold increase in employability, in the process, the entire course takes them through a journey that many a times these students get several innovative ideas and may not join a job, although they are employable. They may start their own entrepreneurial journey, create their own startup, in fact, give jobs to others. And therefore, the future of education is all about learning and learning and learning. And this learning can never stop. And as pointed out by both earlier Professor Paul, as well as many others in different domains, and I was listening to the previous session also, industry people were also talking about the same, that if someone does not continue to learn, they will be left by the wayside. There will be no job for such people. They will not be able to survive in this planet. because learning has to be continuous. And this learning to be continuous, to be lifelong, requires ability to learn by oneself. And therefore, more than the course content, how do we learn a particular subject by oneself is more important. Therefore, learning to learn is one of the most important subjects that every student has to go through, right from school education to the highest education. And one cannot stop learning from birth to death. And that is what philosophy has to be imbibed. And if we have to talk about this, about students to be lifelong learners, the persons who are going to advocate this, those who are telling this, they must first become lifelong learners. That means the teachers. And therefore, teachers becoming lifelong learners has become even more important than the students, because if teachers are lifelong learners, students capture the essence of what teacher is doing, and they also will follow the practices, because they will always adore the faculty members. If you are not doing self-learning by yourself, students will also not do it. And therefore, my appeal to all the faculty members who are attending this session is, you should first become lifelong learners, then only you can teach students to be one. And therefore, all the curriculum revision that we have done in all gamuts of technical knowledge, be it engineering, be it management, hotel management, applied art, craft, design. We have also done it in architecture and pharmacy. We have also done it in diploma education. The curriculum is revised to include all emerging areas, in all areas of education, that is from in engineering, for example, artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, 3D printing, blockchain, augmented reality, virtual reality, cloud computing, cyber security. And these subjects are no more only engineering subjects, but for management schools also, artificial intelligence, data analytics, data science is as important. Go to medical field, you need to understand the spread of disease, how is it happening, and therefore to control it, what precautions are to be done. Lot of huge amount of data collection, interpretation, and then making use of that is required. Same is the case with agriculture. How do you change the crop pattern? When do you get more yield? If there are some diseases and some attacks happening on the crops, what precautions are to be taken? Which area is to be isolated? Again, we have a lot of data science, AI, machine learning coming to handy. And each one of these can also use robots, can use drones. And therefore, there is no domain which is left out. For example, hotel management. And if the supply of food is to be done, we see that people go on motorcycles and and serve the food within 20 minutes. And because of traffic jam, if it is not delivered on time, there are many times issues. Can we make use of drones to supply such kind of food packets? Or medicines in the areas where there are possibly some disasters which happen, unfortunately, maybe flood, maybe earthquake. So the technologies today are going to be useful for humanities and social sciences as much as to engineering and all other branches of studies that we are doing. And the other part is, as I said, teacher should get empowered, and therefore under our Atal Academy, constantly we have been training faculty members. For the consecutive 2 years, we received the World Book of Record from UK for training maximum number of faculty in a pandemic year. 1.5 lakh first year, and again another 1.5 lakh in the second year. We are ongoing this exercise. Now gradually from online, we may have face-to-face mode of such training programs coming in this year. We have a mix of both, that is the blended one. And therefore, future of learning is what we do with teachers will automatically get replicated in the colleges and universities. So what we have done in our new faculty development program is the classes for faculty development program will be in the evening from 5:30 to 7 o'clock or 7:30 in the late evening, so that their normal duty they can perform. 1 week they spend in the online mode, and then they will be taken to an institution where there are a lot of physical interactions, laboratory experiments, actual hands-on practical projects for 1 week. Thereby their theory is also strengthened, their practice skill sets are also strengthened. taking a cue from such a blended model of faculty development program, I'm sure each faculty in his or in her own innovative way, in their own college, may call a set of students for a class in one day, some other set of students in a class on another day, give some project to first batch, give another project to the second batch, let them do it outside the classroom, in the field, collecting a lot of data, interpreting that data, thereby they will become analytic, they will become critical thinkers, they will be able to find solutions to the problems that they observe in the society and bring it back into the college university where all students will again come together someday and they will discuss each one of them what innovation they have done. I think that is the spirit of education, of creating inquisitiveness in the minds of students. Be aware of the challenges that the planet is facing today. We all know the United Nations has 17 Sustainable Development Goals. How each one of those goals can be addressed by our students through projects, mini projects, is also important. And while developing new technologies, how we take care of our environment, concern for nature, concern for environment, concern for fellow citizens, creating good citizens. I think that is also a role that educational institution has to play. And that's why our universal human values elective is converted into a mandatory subject for all students. Our ancient wisdom in terms of Indian knowledge system is also being made mandatory for students to learn about various practices that have lived for thousands of years and which will be useful in pandemic kind of a situation in uncertain period. Dimensional or institutional collaboration, which is also important. We also require to develop innovative spirit amongst our students. And finally, making students to have education even in the mother tongue in the higher education. That is why we have been promoting languages, and each student, be it from a tribal area or wherever, whichever remote area, he has done 10th, 12th grade in the mother tongue, that student also must get an opportunity to take up higher education in his own language. We have created an AI-based translation tool which automatically translates books and these video courses of MOOC into 12 Indian languages today, and we want to have them in as many languages as possible, including a small population in remotest Nagaland or Manipur or Mizoram. They should also feel empowered in the process. I think I can go on as a professor, but time is limited, so I stop here. I'm seeing Father coming on the screen, so that gives an indication that I have to close and allow some questions to be asked by the audience, and I would like to answer.
Sir, there are about 5-6 questions. May I ask them one by one? Is that okay? So first question is from AIMA members, which asks, how do you think digital and hybrid classrooms changed education?
See, we have been used to, for a long, long time, only physical education. Only in the last 2 decades, we started some portion into what we call online part. We allowed some credits to be taken, but the number of takers were less. People always had a doubt that the learning can take place only in the classrooms, and it cannot take place in an online mode. But our observation in the last 2 years is, if the quality of internet is good, if the quality of device is good, if the quality of teacher is good, there is no difference between online and the face-to-face. Because, then a student is always interested in learning because the faculty delivering a lecture is making it so interesting that we have found that if the teacher is bad, even in a physical class, students' attention is outside, roaming around outside and not active in the class at all. So therefore, there is no difference between the two. But there are some places where we still need the face-to-face mode of education, because you need to have some difficulties to be solved by showing something. Probably you will not be able to do it on the spot in an online class, and therefore this hybrid mode, or what we call the blended mode, or the mixed mode, where you name anything, this is also going to be important. So we need both. Let us make use of each one of their strengths effectively, and their weaknesses are also known to us, and those weaknesses to be overcome.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Second question is, what, according to you, are the capacities and competencies which you think would be required from the educators of the future? I think this touches faculty development and what you've been talking about.
Yeah, I've been talking about faculty development because this faculty who have come into the system as educators, they must be passionate. They may have less knowledge, doesn't matter. Once you have passion, you have inquisitiveness, you will find out the information, convert it into useful knowledge, convert it into wisdom, and then share it with your students who will develop more applications out of that. So the capacity building is very, very important. That's why the nuances of the pedagogical aspect, how do you deal with students? How you have to set up an examination paper where inquisitiveness of the student further increases. If you ask questions which are based on rote learning, inquisitiveness will never come. You must have questions where a student will have to think. He will not get the ready-made answer from the textbook, but a lot of critical thinking. Based on that, he has to create something new. Maybe it will work, may not work, doesn't matter. There may be failure, but such failures must be respected, must be encouraged. But students should not make the same mistakes, same failures again and again. You just drive home that what you have learned lesson from that failure, don't repeat that failure. You have every right to do another failure, different type of a failure. And that is the spirit which we have to imbibe in the educators.
Thank you, sir. So on meeting so many teachers in the last year, and we wish more. That has been great. The third question is, how would automation of teaching change the economics and regulation of education?
As I've said, I'm not fully in favor of full digital education in some of the fields. In some areas, it is possible that should be automated, fine. It will reduce the cost of education. It will become very affordable. Today, if a student has to come physically to a college and pay that high fee, as well as living in a city. See, imagine a person in a remote tribal area or a village, he has to come to a city, stay in a hostel, paying guest or whatever. Food, otherwise he would have been taking at home. Today he has to spend for the mess bill. He has to pay the rent of the housing accommodation and then also fee of the college. Imagine the kind of expenditure. Whereas if it is delivered at home, he is taking education at home, taking home food. I think what a wonderful phenomenon it is. But some cases it is not possible. That is where automation may not work. We may have to have some at least physical classes also.
Good. The fourth question, sir, is on your advice on quality. Once again, for improving quality of education and maintaining it. This is for professors, institutions.
See, we have all been talking about regulatory bodies who give approval to run the programs, be it technical by AICTE or otherwise by UGC and the universities who affiliate the colleges. But ultimately, the quality is tested through accreditation. So we are saying that all institutions must go through the cycle of accreditation. It is not for someone else. It is for your own self-development, for quality improvement. Quality enhancement cell must be there in every educational institution doing innovation in teaching learning process. And you must go through that rigor to assess yourself, and this assessment, when it is done by third party, a lot of best practices from other institutions will be told to you, and you can adopt them and continuously become better and better. See, this quality is a parameter which cannot be said that we have achieved final quality. It is a constant improvement which is possible in every best institution also in the world, not just in our state or our country itself.
So we are coming closer to time, but two questions are there. One is by a doctor, Ruma Chatterjee. For doctor's profession, how far it is helpful besides data science?
Madam, data science is useful for every discipline. I just gave an example. You have huge number of case studies. If based on all of that, by using artificial intelligence, if we are able to get a solution quickly, because one doctor would have got experience of some type of patients, another doctor has got another set of patients. the embodiment of knowledge that is gathered from all of them, if it is available in one-stop solution, then you may interpret it accordingly. So therefore, AI data science will make use as a tool. And finally, judgment has to be taken by the human being. And therefore, both technology as well as our brain power and mind power is also equally important.
And one last question will be from me, but before that, there's one more question. What steps should older universities take to embrace new framework which you described?
I think one who has got capacity in terms of build space, faculty, and wherewithal should expand number of programs, thereby you become multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary in nature. But those who have limitation of space, they can collaborate. I told about VUCA world, and that see the complexity can be overcome by commitment and by collaboration. So if you collaborate with like-minded institutions in the neighborhood, I'm sure you will be able to create a framework of interdisciplinary studies. Faculty from that institute can come and take some classes here for your program, and your faculty should be allowed to take classes in another program. And that will make it a win-win situation for both the institutions.
And my question, this is from me. Recently, we heard the announcement, students can enroll in 2 degrees at the same time. Could you enlighten us on this? This is good news.
No, I think even earlier, some of the students were doing it. And they were doing one course full-time and another course somewhere part-time or evening or what you call online, etc., which was not noticed, or it was treated as unfortunately illegal. And that very few were able to do it because it was not permitted. Today, when it is permitted, I'm sure even though 2 full-time courses may be difficult, certainly difficult because there are timetable issues, you have to attend classes in that institute and another institute, so difficulties may be there. But as far as 1 degree in a physical space and 1 in an online mode is easily possible because you have Saturday, Sunday, evening hours when you can learn lessons from the online portal and then give the exam. I think very easily you will have multidisciplinary degrees possible. So you have 1 degree of commerce and 1 other degree of data science, or you have a degree in physics along with that a degree of philosophy. You know, these things are very easily possible. You can connect the dots. You can become much more holistic in your attributes, and your employability and skills of entrepreneurship will also in the process improve.
Yeah. Sir, we thank you. I just want to summarize, maybe if you want to say some message for all of us at the end of it, most welcome. But may I summarize 1 or 2 points that, first of all, thank you for reflecting with us so beautifully on the journey, evolution of education, right from the beginning till today, from traditional small group, ancient times, to mass education today. And thank you for also touching upon the solution to the VUCA world, reverse it, accept it, collaborate it, and unite together in solutions and have the spirit of collaboration. And so thank you for this and gain victories over our education of the past and making it more affordable, more reachable for everyone. I think that's a great lesson in reflecting on education for the future. I also thank you for touching upon the digital university, the hub and spokes model. That was good, wonderful to see. Thank you for answering all the questions, queries, and AI-based National Education Alliance. You touched upon that, and many other questions that we all asked of you. Thank you for touching upon the spirit of innovation, of sustainability, and how faculty are models for the students, and universal human values. That was your really the core of it, and I want to thank you. Thank you for reassuring us of a bright future and a glorious future for Indian education. Sir, your last verse, yes.
Yeah, I had skipped one thing to keep it as a last mile approach for the education, and that is why I left it earlier. Now I'm speaking that. It is about internships. All students, be it from any background, they need to go into the society, maybe in industry, small, big, small scale startups, or even in villages or in their localities, see the world around and try to apply the knowledge that you are getting in the classroom to the practice that is happening. So you learn the practices from the field, apply it to different other areas, and if you don't do it, our education is not going to be meaningful. And therefore, all the skills we develop, all the knowledge we gain will be put to test when we go into the society to perform. And therefore, how it is already performing has to be visualized. That will improve our employability. So, and my appeal is to even arts college students, commerce college students, science college students, not just engineering or medicine or architecture, they must go for a mandatory 6 months internship to, I will not say only industry, it can be even into the society also.
Great. Sir, thank you from AIMA's side and from my side and all the participants. It's been very delightful to listen to you. Thank you very much from our hearts, and we appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs.
Thank you.
With this, we come to the end of the second plenary session. I would request the participants to remain connected as we will begin with the next session immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the third plenary session on the theme, How Great Brands Are Built, with Mr. Adrian Terron, Head of Customer Centricity, Tata Group, and Ms. Anisha Motwani, Founder, TheNorm Ventures, Brand and Digital Innovation Expert, as the speakers, and Mr. Chanakya Chaudhary, Chairman, Eastern Region LMA Coordination Group, AIMA, President, Jamshedpur Management Association, and Vice President, Corporate Services, Tata Steel, as the session chair. Before we begin with the session, I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words about Mr. Chanakya Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary joined Tata Steel in 1988 as a graduate engineering trainee in the raw material division at Jharia, Dhanbad, India. He has a long association with the group and has been appointed as Vice President Corporate Services Tata Steel in November 2018, where he is responsible for spearheading branding and communication strategy along with policy advocacy and regulatory affairs for the company. His portfolio also includes various functions like corporate social responsibility, medical services, corporate administration, security services, aviation services, and sports. He holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the prestigious BITS Pilani. He is also the president of Jamshedpur Management Association and chairman Eastern Region LMA Coordination Group, AIMA. With these words, may I now request Mr. Chanakya Chaudhary to initiate the session briefly by introducing the topic and speakers and take the session forward.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning to all who have connected. Good morning, especially to Adrian and Anisha for having agreed to join this session today. I think without making much of a, pleasantries, I should get into the session itself, because I think Anisha, you have a hard stop at some 12:25 or something, I was told.
12:30, yes.
12:30, fine. So we should stick to time. And I think the topic is such, which will have a lot of views. It's a debatable topic, how great brands are built. And I think when I was reading about this, and I started thinking about Tata Steel per se, because Tata Steel, and I'm leaving Adrian especially for you to talk about the Tata brand. So I'm talking about Tata Steel specifically because I belong to that organization, and our company is close to about 115 years old. So, and when I look back in terms of how this journey has been, because every product could become a brand, kind of a thought process. But I was looking at the journey in some initial years of Tata Steel, and if I divide them into decades, kind of a thing, we obviously came in pre-independence, set up in 1907. By the time we started producing, it was 1912. And I think it was all about nationalism, patriotism. That's where the whole thought process was. So the first thought process of our brand or our company was all about nation building, because that was the mantra of that time, and it connected very well. And from there it brought in the word trust. And I think one of the things which I've seen in Tata Steel brand is all about trust, and we can create that going forward with all our customers and stakeholders, and that's where we have moved. The second decade, or I would say after the first 20 years or so, we saw something very interesting in our journey of Tata Steel, which was that we created a mascot for our products, for our brand, which was maybe a first of its kind in those days. We also started having festival ads, because India is a land of festivals. And I think it got connected very close to the hearts of people. So every festival, irrespective of the religion, there would be an ad. This started in 1940s again, before the independence, so to speak. And then we started creating crowdsourced ads, which was again something very novel in those days, which is in today's time is known to everyone, so it's fine. But this is again towards the World War II kind of a time when we started doing this. I'm just picking up some of the highlights of the journey that we spent. So I talked about nation building, I talked about crowdsourcing, festival ads, and then I'll fast forward to somewhere in 70s and 80s. Tata Steel and sports, that's how the whole thing got connected. Because I think somewhere in the 60s and 70s, there was a lot of thrust given by government also on sports. And when I joined Tata Steel in 1988, that was the first time when we started looking at a corporate brand campaign. And I remember participating as a young trainee in a photo shoot in the crowd somewhere. And so no one would recognize me or know me, but the brand campaign is still got a fantastic recall. And I'm sure you would have heard about it. It was about in 1989 when we started talking about, we also make steel. So, that tagline of our brand amazingly has a solid recall even now, 30 years down the line. And it was first time when we showcased beyond the product range. We talked about the social work we did, the sports we did, community engagement we did. And thereafter, I think in the 90s and 2000 and all that, we run through various things. We also had somewhere customer first kind of a campaign. Then that was the deregulation, 91 onwards when India became deregulated. So customer first was a good campaign to have. Then we started bringing in some new technologies. We started bringing in something which the customers wanted and not what we produced, we sold kind of a thing. And value stronger than steel came in next. And today, as we stand, we are on the we've already done something a couple of years back called We Also Make Tomorrow. And we are now doing the second phase shortly of We Also Make Tomorrow. But this is pegged on sustainability, technology, and innovation. So I have recapped in some way the journey of Tata Steel and its brand. But I think you guys are different. You guys have various other experiences, and I'm sure you are experts in your own way, and you will be able to share. So without much ado, I would like to introduce the two speakers for today. I'll go first with Adrian Terron. He's the head of customer centricity at Tata Group. And he brings in significant experience in consumer and shopper insights, consumer innovation, social media analytics, brand building and marketing. He has authored several papers on consumer insights as well. And most recently, he was head of consumer insights, innovation, and consumer neuroscience for Nielsen South Asia. And in his role, he was responsible for driving the product innovation, testing practice, and portfolio while strengthening and growing its pioneering consumer neuroscience business. And over the last several years, he has played various roles, senior roles in Nielsen, and he began the journey at that place as marketing and brand for marketing and brand head, and then later on instrumental in social media analytics and joint venture with McKinsey. So I'm running short of time. I don't want to give too much detail, but I'm just reading the highlights. So, and subsequently went to lead the Nielsen Retailer Services Division, working with the country's leading organized retailers to help shape data analytics strategies, while also creating the country's largest shopper insights business. And he earned his Six Sigma executive black belt in tandem with this role, and went on to lead Nielsen's entire consumer insights and innovation business in South Asia region prior to his most current position. And then he was in Godrej for some time as head of the group corporate brand communication and part of its marketing council. And finally, we have him in Tata Group now. So I've moved a bit more, but I think we'll hear from you, and you can also touch upon some of your life experiences. And the second expert we have is Anisha Motwani, who's the founder of the name of the company is fantastic, TheNorm Ventures. It really gives you the jolt that you really need to give to the world today. Brand and digital innovation expert, has been the advisor with the World Bank on the prestigious Swachh Bharat program, adoption of solar rooftops and national mission for clean Ganga. Anisha serves as an independent director on the board of some of the leading organizations like About India, Wellspun, Philips Domestic Appliances, L&T Investments, to name a few. And she has been a multifaceted business leader and draws from her rich experience of over 30 years in diverse industries, name them FMCG, automobiles, financial and health services. Unfortunately, I have been in Tata Steel for 34 years. That's the beginning and the end for me. But after a successful 25 years of corporate career, Anisha founded this TheNorm Ventures in 2015, a company specializing in brand digital innovation projects. She brings in new perspectives on how businesses can challenge the conventional norms and storm them in a way that will help them rewire and then succeed in a very, very disruptive world that we live in today. And again, she's had various experiences. She's got various clients and advises many clients across Nestle's and Viacom 18, Hindustan Unilever, Whirlpool Home Appliances, to just name a few. And then onto the financials as well. Some of the other companies are also. So you can talk about them when you are speaking. She's on the advisory board of Atal Incubation Center, India Diversity Forum, and a regular speaker at the national and the global business platforms. In recognition of her achievement, she was voted as one of the 50 most powerful women in India, Indian businesses by Business Today for 3 consecutive years since 2009, and also been recognized among the top 20 women in media, marketing, and advertising by Impact and Colors for 4 consecutive years since 2011. She has been conferred Women at Work Leadership Award 2011 by Asian Confederation of Business and Brand Builder of the Year Award by NDTV, amongst many others. An MBA, Anisha studied in Sophia College and lives in Delhi with her husband, Mahinder, and children, Prerna and Prithviraj. So I want to stop short here, and then I want to ask one by one, each one of you to come in, give us your thoughts on this subject today that we are dealing with, which is how great brands are built. So Adrian, if you can go in first, let us know. I think once you speak and then Anisha speaks, and then we should have some time for the Q&A as well. And maybe Adrian, when you are speaking, I would like to ask you about the Tata brand. That's about 150 years plus. And in your narrative, if you could cover what do you think Tata Group did right to build the brand that Tata is today? Over to you, Adrian.
Sure, thanks, Chanakya. Very happy to be here and very happy to see Anisha. I think 10 or 12 years after we first met in a similar live panel discussion. So it looks like every time I need to meet Anisha, there has to be an event where we have to be invited to a panel discussion. But Chanakya, thanks for that. And I can assure everyone that, like you said, Chanakya, Anisha's venture's name, Storm the Norm, is quite apt because she is a force of nature for those of us who've met her. So it's quite aptly named. So what I thought I'd do, Chanakya, is I just found and compliments to the organizers. I found the topic fascinating, right? Because it juxtaposed the overall topic, which was a bruised new world, and juxtaposed that with how great brands are built. So there is an element of context and there is an element of compulsion, which is every brand today has to build themselves to be great. You can't start out with the ambition of wanting to build a mediocre brand, given the context and given the competition and given the customers' own demands, so to speak, right, in their own lives and from brands. So what I thought I'd do is in 5-7 minutes, just put forth my point of view. Like you said, Chanakya, it is one point of view. It's not the only point of view. There might be competing ways to build great brands. God knows there are a lot of brand playbooks. And then I want to quickly try to do that as quickly as possible so I can get out of the way and, like everyone else, also have the opportunity myself to listen to Anisha, which is something that I've been wanting to do. So very, very quickly, the topic that we're looking at is an interesting one because it is for a world re-emerging from one of the most, if not the most challenging period of the new millennium, especially for the consumer and I should say broader customer economy, but also society at large. So let me start with the good news. Brand building in a post-COVID pandemic present era is going to be very different and very exciting, according to me. Let me continue with the even better news. I think the fundamentals will still matter. The fundamentals of brand building are not going anywhere. And the even more exciting news is that it will be up to all of us to resurrect marketing and brand building armed with the lessons of the past 24 months. So I'm putting the imperative that we mustn't forget those lessons, even though we want to forget what is, supposed to be, I think, hopefully a very forgettable period of world history. Now, we are fortunate to have brand building models that many of us have seen and been raised on. So Anisha, Chanakya, I'm sure we've all, come up and grown with the brand equity frameworks of Kotler, Keller, Archer, and they've held us in good stead. No complaint, no quarrel with them so far. But now is the time I feel like all brands need to build on that foundation to create a new model for brand building. It is something that we at the Tata Group, since you asked, Chanakya, we've created a renewed focus on it through the lens of customer centricity. And over the last half decade, by focusing on the key mega trends and the emerging capabilities, because the two we believe need to go hand in hand, that are needed to make the most of these trends, we have been working across industries and categories to keep our brand builders. When I say brand builders, I mean brand builders across the Tata Group, close to customers and ahead of the curve. Now, emerging from the pandemic, we have arrived at 4 key dimensions on how winning brands will be built. And when I say winning brands, I'm talking about brands that want to follow or pursue an exponential growth, because normal growth, Chanakya, as you'll know from your AOP, is no longer enough to make our stakeholders happy, right? Everybody wants exponential growth because our competitors, both old and new, are actually propelling towards that. So how do you build scale rapidly while also building the brand? We think it will be built going forward by what I call brand building's new gene. And GENE is an acronym for 4 things. G for good judgment, which is clear-headed decision-making under uncertainty, especially the kind that we've now been accustomed to facing. E stands for experience evolution. So using choice architecture and behavioral psychology to serve consumers how they want to be served, and I'll come back to that. N stands for network interconnectedness, cultivating and using networks to scale up. And finally, the last E in the gene stands for ecosystem integration, which is building strong relationships with an extended ecosystem, the way Chanakya Tata Steel has mastered over the last century or so, and I'll come back to that because it has a digital manifestation as well for all brands. So let's break this down. The great brands of tomorrow will be built by firstly cultivating good judgment through the use of data and analytics, but also an understanding of human disposition. So great brand builders will make smarter choices by firstly attempting to understand bias and mitigate noise in decision-making. Not only that, I think they will get smarter at understanding how customers make choices and molding their brand strategies around them, which is very different from the classical model of marketing where you created a circumstance where you pushed people towards choices and then hope they respond in the way that you had thought they would. Now, think of how successful fintech brands today are using simple things like smarter credit profiling to understand a buyer's credit. Anisha comes from the insurance category as part of her experience, so she'll understand this better than most. And really understanding a buyer's credit worthiness and then not just accepting or rejecting them like they did classically, but actually using that information to curate innovative offerings for them, which of course opens up new white spaces to be explored and keeps brands that are smarter at doing this ahead of their competitors. The second dimension great brands will cultivate to my mind, will be experience evolution. Again, here the use of choice architecture based on customer empathy, and I say this very mindfully and not just as some warm, fuzzy, romanticized emotion, but actual empathy will become second nature to great brands. And through more sophisticated understanding of behavioral psychology, they will move beyond simple nudges and actually begin knowing their customers' needs intuitively. You know, we can think of how e-commerce apps from grocery to automotive are now beginning to sense and anticipate what customers need next, even guiding them through the customer journey by interacting with them and creating that experience together with them. The second last dimension of building great brands, to my mind, will really be leveraging network science to create communities of common interest and purpose. And I'll come back to that because Chanakya, you asked about the Tata brand. You know, when I say communities, community is integral to the Tata brand over the last 153 odd years, and it's a very strong platform on which this the country's strongest, most beloved brand has been built. And today, we are unified not just by the places we buy from as consumers, but also the causes we support. As brands marry digital touchpoints to consumer connections which exist, we will see brands fully utilize the power of network effects for things like brand advocacy and innovation uptake and propagation, while simultaneously, and this is a very important part, Chanakya, while simultaneously bringing down the cost of customer acquisition. You know, nearly every social media app turned marketplace is an example of this. And the winning brands of the future will use public platforms, but also look to build their own spaces for consumer congregation and engagement. And finally, and lastly, there is the idea that no brand, no matter how big, can do everything on their own if they want to scale up rapidly or grow exponentially. Now, this means that building great brands will require the ability to actively and successfully build ecosystems that maximize customer outreach while reducing the incremental costs to serve every additional customer. Already, the mega brands of today have built out and are connected to ecosystems that work in a synchronized fashion, right? Think of e-commerce players that do not own every link in the value chain, but they define and govern strong standards for all their partners, while they own the customer acquisition and experience. And think of every emerging, the avalanche of direct-to-consumer brands today, and you will see that some version of this is taking shape and becoming just the exact way brands will behave going forward. So Chanakya, Anisha, you know, that's me sticking my neck out. You know, brand building's new gene. In the last decade, we've got by on building awareness and equity, and then distributing products and services, something that I've also been guilty of, while hoping customers and consumers will just turn up for the great things we've created. In the next decade, building great brands will rely on, to my mind, expressing these aspects, you know, the four aspects of what I call building brand building's new gene, the dimensions of good judgment, experience evolution, in network interconnectedness and ecosystem integration that, to my mind, will combine to shape a world where brand building is about more than just the purchases of the customer, but also the participation of every customer with each other and with brands. So that's my 2 pence, Chanakya. I can't wait now to listen to what Anisha has to say.
So thanks, Adrian. I think something very interesting about this gene part that you covered. So maybe we'll take on a bit later. So I'll go straight on to Anisha now. And I think Anisha, you, as the name suggests, is going to storm all of us, which is great. But in your own way, you should cover, let us know how the new world, which is a digital world, actually is obviously the journey which I narrated for Tata Steel was in a very different time and space and world. And in today's time also, as Adrian mentioned, that we are trying to get on to the newer platforms. And also we are actually engaging a lot with the customers. I'm sure every brand does that from different platforms, but we still have a hybrid model, right? But in your new world, how do you see the whole brand getting impacted because of this digital world? And in your thought, the traditional concepts, are they becoming absolutely redundant, or they will still have some relevance as we continue to move in this world? Over to you, Anisha.
No, thank you, Chanakya. And first of all, for that kind introduction. And Adrian, we are going to meet outside of this conference format. And I'm committed to doing that. You're absolutely right. This is the third time we are meeting, and it's always been on the sidelines or in a panel together. So, I think there were many, many things that you said which I could completely resonate with. So I'm not going to actually just, because the time is limited, reiterate some of those things, but just go back a few steps. And Chanakya, to your question, will some of the erstwhile traditional ways of building the brand stay relevant today? And for me, it is in fact going to be even more relevant today than it ever has been. And I think Adrian touched upon this the fundamentals remain the same. Okay. And many businesses in the new age world tend to forget that. This whole new drive of transactions, of cash flows, of buying customers, of customer acquisition, you pay ₹1.50 to get a customer to transact with you for ₹1, is not going to be a sustainable model. The brands that will survive in the long term in this new digital era are the ones that are actually going to be focusing on the basics first. And some of the fundamentals of the brand do not change. And what I think becomes even more relevant is, what are those fundamentals of the brand? And I have been repeatedly, through the Storm the Norm format, and that was one of my reasons, I'll spend a moment on why I wrote that book, Chanakya, and Tata Tea is one of the brands in that book that I've written. I realized after 25 years of working in corporate world with different brands across the country, is that what it takes to build a brand in India is very different from, and I'm an MBA, from what we study in management schools and business schools. The real world really tests us. Our Indian demography, our culture, our society, okay, our geography, okay. There's a different India in every part of in each state. Our regulations, our political ecosystem, our financial, wherewithal. All of those things make a huge difference in the way we manage the brands in our world. And that's the reason why I wanted to write about how 20 Indian businesses actually stormed the norm, okay, and created success in India. And I handpicked those 20 businesses, and that book is actually a bestseller. It's like in the 8th print run in a few years, this thing, because people did feel the relevance of reading about how brands are built in real world, and it's not just about brands equal to advertising. The huge myth about branding is equal to advertising and communication. First of all, I insist on breaking that myth, okay? And the second myth that I insist on breaking is that branding is different from marketing. Okay, you first need to know what your brand is, okay, before you can market it. Okay, so you need to go back to fundamentals and say, I remember you started about it. Tata was all about nation building. You had a larger purpose. You might not have used some frameworks. You might not have used some theory. You might not have used some templates, but you knew that this brand is beyond just the transactions of selling and transacting with a customer. It had a larger purpose. In today's day and age, the 4 constituents of the brand, the purpose becomes even more relevant. Okay, and there are so many cultural tensions in the environment. Okay, so you need to exactly know, why do you exist? Do you have a reason to exist? If tomorrow you stop existing, will it make a difference to somebody's life? Okay, and that's the starting point. And we do a lot of work in the area of moving your brand from transactional brand to being a purposeful brand. Aligned to that purpose has to be your value systems. Okay? If you do not have your values that you espouse to bring alive that purpose, the purpose is going to fall flat. Okay? That purpose needs to have a success matrix. It needs to have a business success matrix. It needs to have a larger success matrix. And you need to define that upfront. Okay? What is your business success matrix and what is your larger success matrix? Be it sustainability, be it whatever. You exist because of the larger ecosystem that Adrian spoke about. Once you know this is the soul, this is the inside of the brand, okay? This is the internal part of the brand. The external manifestation of that brand is first into symbols, which is what we call as identity, the way we, look and feel, the kind of emotions we generate. And the fourth component of the brand is expression, which is the voice. Okay. It's a very simple, and that's the external manifestation of the brand. I use a very simple 4-quadrant brand framework. You have your purpose, you have your values, that's the internal side. It manifests itself into a certain form of identity and a certain form of expression, which is the voice of the brand. And if all these 4 are coherent and consistent, and and they are not tactical, they are strategic. You might have a lot of tactical action, but the brand's soul doesn't change. What is my soul through my lifetime will not change. Okay. So if we keep that as a constant, then comes how do you take this brand, therefore, from purpose to positioning. Okay. That's the next thing that I speak about. Positioning is all about, like, you go to a crowded marketplace or a parking lot, and you are looking for an empty slot to park your car. Okay, your mind will go and keep looking for where is that empty slot in a very crowded parking lot where I can find a parking space for my car. Brands need that parking space in consumers' mind. Okay, what is your parking space in consumers' mind? For me, that's the simple definition of positioning. Okay, do you have that parking space or not? Okay. If you've created that parking space in consumers' mind and you positioned yourself, the next outcome of that is, which is even more relevant today in the transactional digital world, is this whole thing about browsing. Okay, the amount and the number of choices and the volume of choices that consumers have today. If your brand is not getting into this whole thing of mindless purchase, and what I mean by mindless is not in the sense that, it's like a not needed frivolous purchase. But what I mean by mindless purchase is buy now, feel later. Because fundamentally, when you are browsing across 70 brands, what you want your brand to do, at least the brand is trusted enough for you to not get into a deliberative step of either knowing more about the brand or skipping it altogether. So if you've created a brand, you get into this whole thing of, at least you come in the consideration set. Okay, so you are browsing through 17 brands or whatever, you will, in the 20 seconds, and most humans' choices, Adrian spoke a lot about choice, this thing. We are constantly making choices in the online world. An average choice in an online world is less than 17 seconds. So if your brand falls in that less than 17 second, and it will only come in that less than 17 second, if you've got your parking space in consumers' mind, okay, you will at least be shortlisted from the 17 to the top 2-3. And then the rational mind comes into play to say, amongst these 2-3, let me just look and see if these fit my criteria. Okay. So buy now, feel later. It's called the BNFL syndrome. Get your brand in the buy now, feel later syndrome. Create that shopping momentum, okay, where you've got the consumer to say, brand is a given, it's a quality product, I don't mind looking at this one, and now let me see if it fits my budget or my pocket or my feature requirement or whatever. So brands become even more relevant in this whole world of transaction, where everything is becoming like a commodity. The lowest price wins. And brands are in this bottomless game of actually trying to outprice each other and run better deals. I think time has come, okay, where you realize that this is not going to help you. How do you create the positioning and the parking space in consumers' mind that they are willing to give you a premium even in the online world? Okay. And for me, there are various things that, and from here, I think many things that Adrian spoke about, whether it is the whole gene syndrome, whether it is the experiential architecture, whether it is the network ecosystem, whether it is the connectedness, all of these things then come into play. So for me, fundamentals of the brand become even more relevant. It begins with the purpose. Okay, the purpose needs to have a success matrix, which is measurable. People need to be accountable for it. And the other most important piece, Adrian, is that from this positioning comes the big idea. Okay, Tata Steel had some brilliant big ideas, because finally, when you manifest the brand through a voice, You need a big idea to cut across. Okay. So you've got a purpose, you've got a great positioning, your expression needs to manifest itself through a powerful big idea, which is rooted in a true human insight. Okay. And that is why today, even after 150 years, 15 years, Tata Steel is what it is. Because you got that big idea. You really cracked it. We should not undermine the importance of a big idea. So for me, there are three pieces, in this entire brand building. And each of these were relevant in the past. They're even more so relevant today. Thank you.
So amazing. I think if I just pick up what both of you said, makes a lot of sense to me from a perspective. So you also refer to Anisha Ji, like Adrian mentioned with regard to judgment and great good judgment and experience network ecosystems. Adrian, you also did mention in the passing with regard to customer centricity, which I know within the Tata Group how we are positioned. But maybe you should give a little more detail in terms of how this customer centricity started as a individual piece. So that was one which I thought I can pick up as a question. And I think going to Anisha, fantastic. I think you did talk about buy now, feel later was a very good thought, which I was also thinking when you said 17 seconds is what an average person will take. And then with regard to the larger purpose of a brand, alignment, big success, business successes, and the expression, the voice that we did talk about. But I think the latest pickup from your thoughts for me was parking space in the customer's mind. And I think it's amazing. And in our company, I keep hearing about the share of the wallet, but that's more to do with the money piece. But here, I think when you say parking space, it gives you a thought process of recall. How does one recall? And I think that was amazing. So Adrian, going first to you, if you could talk about a little bit on the customer centricity piece. And in case, I also feel that there are some brands which are very differently poised. Some of them will actually go this line, which both of you have spoken about. But there are some brands which do not toe this line, but stand tall. If from experiences of both of you, you could tell us a bit on that. I do feel that there used to be, frankly, if you pick up Amul as a brand in India, okay, there is a bit something different about that brand. What do you think clicked? And I have a follow-up question on that as well. So if both of you could talk about this.
So Chanakya, you'll agree with me, that my words were true about Anisha. She is a true force of nature, right? Just look at everything that she covered. She covered the spiritual because she spoke of the soul of the brand. She covered semiotics because she spoke of sign and symbols. Then she spoke of space, not the orbiting kind, the parking kind. Then she also spoke of the selection or salience and the strength of an idea. And if you meld all of that together, and I come back to your question, it's an odd and uncanny coincidence. What I wrote right up top here on my sheet, if you see it, is values-based brand building. And you ask about our revered founder 153 years ago, building the great brand that is India's strongest brand and the only Indian brand to feature in the global top 100 in the way that it has, and growing from strength to strength every year. And I think that's because the core idea of the brand, when any legendary brand is built, if you go back into their history, I go back to that first word that Anisha latched onto, purpose. There is a purity of purpose, right? When I read the history of our founder and I read the literature going back into the chronologies of how this brand was built, it is because there was a perfect overlap between the community and the consumer. The community was the consumer. The idea wasn't that we should make steel or make power and then see who's there to buy it. The idea was, what does the community need right now, right? I think to Anisha's point, in contemporary times, the venture capital fueled gush to make money first has started with what's a great idea that we can sell, and then maybe we'll find buyers for it. And if we find buyers for it, we call it a market product fit, right? Retrofitting, in a sense, success onto an idea. But when you talk of the purity of purpose and pursuing that in all the manifestations that Anisha spoke of, the soul of the brand, the salience of the brand, the positioning of the brand, the signs and symbols, it all starts with what does my community need today, not what do I have to sell today, right? I think that inversion is part of the fundamentals, but it's time for brands to return to those fundamentals as you're experiencing on Wall Street right now, and even in parts of the Indian economy. And it's fashionable to say that, we have velocity of transactions, we have GMV, and Anisha hit the nail on the head when she said much of that is being bought. It's being bought not with the community in mind or the customer in mind, but with the investor in mind. And I think taking a broader view of what your stakeholder needs and then building for that is at the very heart of creating a very powerful idea. When Tata Steel said we also make steel, implicit in that was we do a lot more before that. And I've been to your mines in Noah Mundi. The kind of work that you do with that society, the kind of work you do with the community, no amount of advertising by you or a competitor will change their mind about you. Right? So I'm completely with Anisha that branding and advertising are not synonymous, and media and brand building are two different things. And I love the brand you picked up, Chanakya. It's one of my favorites, Amul. So I'll bring this back there. Now, everybody knows what Amul has done for the community of milk herders. Everyone knows how they've leveraged their ecosystem. And one of the most lovable parts about Amul, which has nothing to do with milk and dairy products, is the Amul mascot and the girl, right? She's paid no celebrity endorsement fees. As far as I know, she's not contract bound to Amul. Nobody else can own her or take her away. She is one of the smartest people I meet on my way to work because she has a point of view on everything. And whenever I'm thinking about the subliminally or otherwise, whenever I'm thinking about the topic of the day, her latest opinion is on Boris Johnson coming to India, right? What she has done for me is she has created a salience for the Amul brand that goes beyond the transactional or the occasion-based consumption of milk. In much the same way that Anisha, the brand that you've picked up from the Tata Group, Tata Tea does. When I think of issues of social justice, I'm thinking of awareness and I'm thinking of awakening. Now, if I were not doing that, then I would only be thinking of that brand when I needed to have tea. Yes. And even then it would be competing for mind space with all the other brands, and whichever was, because it's a commodity product, there's very little in terms of sensorial difference in a blind taste test, perhaps. I'd pick the one that was closest to me. Yeah. Physically. But now, when it comes to Amul, I want to pick the brand that is closest to me, to borrow Anisha's term, spiritually and ideologically, right? Yeah. What has butter got to do with ideology? Maybe nothing, but Amul has made it so. And when you talk of the gene or the new gene of brand building, they use the ecosystem. That ecosystem is suffused with network effects. They understand the important nodes. They understand their retailers, their distributors. They understand the consumer. And they have intuited what every MNC brand takes decades to deny and then ultimately learn, that affordability is important, that regionalization of your offerings is important, that localization of distribution is important, and creating cultural affinity is important. So I'll leave it at that, Chanakya, but I think you asked the most provocative questions in just the right way, and thankfully, we have Anisha to stimulate our gray cells as well.
Yeah, so all yours, Anisha, now.
No, I mean, just put the whole Amul example in this 4 constituents of the brand, that the larger purpose is all about, making the farmers self-sustainable. Okay, they knew that the milkman was the person who was, the farmer was working the hardest and getting the least. And there were so many middlemen. The whole concept of Amul as a mutual, as a cooperative started with making every farmer an entrepreneur, making him self-sustain, self-sustenance of farmers. It had that larger purpose. Okay, everything else, the milk, the products, and everything else is a byproduct of that. But that was the whole intent of starting. So that's the larger purpose. Aligned to that were the values. Now you see the values of their founder and these values that were so aligned to the purpose, because the two went hand in hand. This whole thing about, transparency, this whole thing about collectivism versus individualism, some of their values are discipline, consistency. You see, even today, I mean, after so many years, the consistency you would never question. One of the most under-leveraged constituent of a brand, of one of the brand initiatives is consistency. People do something today, change and do something else tomorrow, change and do something else tomorrow. They're changing their communication continuously, but the brand soul is constant. Okay. And the brand's mascot is constant. They have actually proved that sometimes, Messaging can be reinvented and made contemporary, but content can remain, the soul of the brand can remain the constant, So that's their value system. Now you come to the symbol. The symbol is this little polka dot Amul girl, and we've all given her the right to have a narrative and have a point of view on anything that India does. Who? I mean, today, even the biggest celebrity, even the prime minister cannot get away, with having a narrative and a point of view as openly and as blatantly on anything and everything that he wants to. But we've given that right to that little Amul polka dot girl, She has the right to enter and have a point of view and a narrative on anything that happens in the country and in the world. We've given her that right. That's the symbol. And look at the expression. From the white revolution to Amul Doodh Pita in India to Desh Ka this thing. Look at their expressions. Okay. Where is the product in this? Where is the quality? Where's the price point? Where is the some of the other tactical transactional things that all of those things fall in place if you have the 4 core constituents of the brand, completely sorted out. Everything else is a byproduct. The marketing and the way they market it is a byproduct. Only outdoor, limited advertising. They don't do big budget television ads, whatever. At least initially they didn't do it. So for me, it's a great example of saying that this actually validates the point that I was saying, that the brands need to go back to basics and get some of those things right. Today's new age brands, and I work with a lot of them, actually what they are doing is they start with business because they have so much under the whole shareholder VC pressure of generating returns that they get into this whole thing of top line and not bottom line. Okay. So when you get into this whole top line distinct syndrome and you show a kind of a mirage to your investors saying, look at the potential. Okay. But the reality is that you are still, after 10 years of operation, you are still, another 5 years into break-even kind of a situation, those days are going to get over very soon. People are actually realizing that, you need to integrate the brand thinking with the business thinking right up front. From the day you start the business, what do you call your brand? Does your name have a meaning? Are you using your existing touch points? Are you using your packaging? Are you using your websites? Are you using messages, at every consistent messages of your brand at every single organic opportunity that you get? Are you even thinking like that? Okay. So that constrained thinking is gone. Earlier days, there used to be limited budgets and there used to be constrained thinking. We had to justify our spends. Today, with shareholder money coming in, there's a lot of money that is available for expenses. So all the keywords are being bought, so there's this whole new ball game altogether. That's a topic of completely different conversation. But first, your organic assets need to be used well and they need to be leveraged well. And digital world allows you many such things. How are you making your customers your brand ambassadors? You're on mute, Chanakya.
I was looking at the time and that's why I intervened. But I think there is one more piece which I want to bring you in with Anisha and Adrian. Is that, we grew up looking at ads of, let's say, Fair and Lovely or ads of United Colors of Benetton, right? In today's time, when we talk about equality and talk about, society which is in a way divided, the whole fabric, politically divided, culturally divided, and so on and so forth. But, when we used to look at United Colors of Benetton, and we would say, fantastic, we saw something coming out of that brand as such, that Benetton stands for something. Similarly, Fair and Lovely, whatever they have now changed it to. But I also saw in the last few years, I would say, and I think one of them was a Tata brand, Tanish. Adrian, you would recall they had come out with an ad of a girl getting married and remarried or whatever, and then they had to withdraw that ad. So, Anisha, what do you think the brand appeal should be, which brings on board a socially or a culturally divided, politically divided country like ours? Let's put it in those many words.
Yes, that is actually, Chanakya, a very alive and a very, sad reality of our country today. Today with social media activism, which is also fueled by, different kinds of forces, that's become the reality of the brand. And it all begins this whole, your appetite to take on that battle head on and stay with your beliefs or your brand's beliefs, or do you give in and take the easier option out? Okay, it's very easy to say take the battle head on, this thing, but we all know as brand builders, it is not easy. It's not easy, and therefore I think the only way for brands to tread this path is very, very cautiously, because we know that we are living in an environment of a lot of polarity. And it's not just in the communication world, and it is being exploited by all kinds of people. And how do you not fall in this trap, this thing? So I would, as a brand, err on the side of caution. And anything that is controversial, stay away from, because I don't think as brands, we would rather use our energies on more positive things than taking on battles which are not for us to take on. I know it's an escapist argument, but personally, I think that's more practical and that's more realistic.
So, Adrian, any thoughts of yours before we close? Because
I want to. This is always going to be a hot button subject, but I want to borrow from as I have and benefited a lot in my career. What I do is I often listen to Anisha and then I rephrase the same thing to sound smart in other meetings. so I want to borrow an aspect of what Anisha says, which I think might provide a clue to a solution, Chanakya, just leaning forward, which is constraints. Just as he was talking about operating in a non-constrained environment has certain let's say, bad effects or undesirable effects when it comes to running a business. Similarly, if I flip that around, applying this constraint that we live in a society that is fractious, that is in many ways disagreeable and therefore dangerous when it comes to polarization, etc. The truth is that the best brands, if you look around you even today, the best brands try to find central ideas that have some universal appeal. But universal appeal in the sense that they're still focused on their key TG. It is still relevant to their key TG. But for the target groups around, for society around, it doesn't rub people the wrong way. Let me give you an example from what you just spoke of, Chanakya, which was sport, right? Tata Steel has had a long history of sport. Now, sport, no matter which community, which persuasion, which political belief, what ideology you come for, sport has a universal appeal because the underlying thing over there that appeals to everyone across age groups is youthfulness. Right, is also the pioneering spirit when you break records. It's also challenging the norm, to use Anisha's phrase, storming the norm when you prove, when the underdog proves the champion wrong and comes up tops and so on and so forth. So there are those ideas, and when you apply these constraints, if you want to flip it around, it brings to the fore what marketers and brand builders across the ages in the past and in the future will always be known for, and that is creativity. To my mind, if you apply these as constraints rather than shackles, it may actually channel and focus your creativity and let it flourish so that you can really build great brands.
Thanks. Any closing comments? Because I'm getting messages from AIMA saying, please close the session. You have.
I have just one closing comment. Buy Anisha's book. That's my closing comment.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for being my advocate.
Anything from you?
No, thank you, Chanakya. Thank you.
I still had a question on Maggie because I think that brand also brought it, but I think they handled it very well according to them.
Just 1 minute on that, Chanakya. See, if your brand is in controversies, owning up, taking it head on, okay, is the best way forward. There is no other way. That's the only last thing I want to say. No use trying to avoid it. Please, today, authenticity, there is a premium on authenticity, okay, and honesty. So own up, take it head on, okay? Just don't be embarrassed about it. People will forgive you very soon. And in fact, people will give you brownie points for your honesty and authenticity.
Absolutely. Thank you, both of you, for sharing your experiences, thoughts, and spending this time with all of us. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs and ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of third plenary session. We once again thank our principal sponsor for the event, Tata Steel. I would request the participants to stay connected as we begin with the next session immediately. The participants can post their questions by clicking on the chat button on the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the fourth plenary session on the theme Start Up to Scale Up with Mr. Vamsi Bhogi, Head Startup Sourcing and Curation, LetsVenture, and Ms. Nruthya Madappa, Director and Head of Growth and Capital Development, 314 Capital, as the speakers, and Mr. Kartik Sharma, co-founder, DcodeAI and National Chairman, AIMA Young Leaders Council, as the session chair. Before I hand over the proceedings to Mr. Kartik Sharma, it is my privilege to share a few words about him. Mr. Kartik Sharma is an emerging technology evangelist, having experience in building disruptive technology products and high-performing product teams. Mr. Sharma is an AI practitioner with experience in leveraging machine learning to develop controversial bots and other RPA-related solutions. Mr. Sharma is a co-founder of DcodeAI, a DIY AI learning platform. He led Ignitio to be part of the Commonwealth First program run by Marlborough House, London, under the chairmanship of Lord Jonathan Marlin. He is the national chairman of AIMA Young Leaders Council, and his paper on AI in the workplace was published in India Journal for Training and Development. Mr. Kartik Sharma is a silver medalist of the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, India. With these words, may I now request Mr. Kartik Sharma to initiate the session by briefly introducing the topic and the speakers, Mr. Vamsi Bhogi and Ms. Nruthya Madappa, to take the session forward.
Thank you so much, and thanks to the entire AIMA team for having us here. And I was listening to the previous session as well. And as always, I'm sure all of us agree that all the plenary sessions in AIMA, are really outstanding. And we always go back learning more before we joined in. A very warm welcome to you, Vamsi Bhogi and Nruthya Madappa in today's session, which is Startup to Scale Up. And I'm sure this topic resonates with all of us here and all the young millennials who are probably watching this. The whole country right now is in a state of influx where everybody is wanting to start up, whether people are already in the process of starting up or they are working somewhere. But you always go into these cafes and you can almost hear the murmuring of these conversations that, okay, I'm doing something by the side, or if I get the right set of team or I get some investment, I have this amazing idea which I'm going to execute. I see a lot of senior execs in companies also having the itch to start up. So I'm sure when I say that, it's not over exaggerating, that almost everybody right now who's in the workforce is almost itching towards doing something on their own, and it gives a great sense of empowerment. And I'm sure never before than now is an amazing time to start up, because of the way ecosystem has evolved, the way communities have evolved. I remember when 15 years back we were trying to start up, it was so difficult to even find co-founders when there was LinkedIn and Facebook and Twitter. So that whole concept has now evolved. You have communities like Network Capital. A lot of people have groups on social media. WhatsApp is there. So I think it's now much more easier if you have an idea to create an MVP, get together a small team, and also access to investors and capital. I wouldn't say it's easier, but at least the access part is sorted. I mean, whether you get funding or not is a culmination of a lot of other variables and attributes. But at least today it's not hard for a 19-year-old college student or a dropout to have access to any investor in the country or even outside. There are accelerators, there are boot camps which are available. Now, the idea for today's session broadly is threefold. First, we will look at that the whole concept of starting up. That how I know there are a lot of founders who have brilliant ideas, but it takes a lot of time for them to garner strength to start up. So we look at some of those softer aspects as well. Then we look at that if you already have an idea in place and you have a small team, how do you raise the initial capital to set up your initial startup? How do you build technology if it's a tech business? How do you look at sales and distribution strategy? How do you create a business plan? I know business plan is extremely overrated, but still you would agree with me that you need to have a proper business plan in place, even if you're reaching out to investors or even for your own clarity and between your shareholders and stakeholders. And then third, we'll also look at, in case you start up and you're already an early stage startup, how do you begin to scale it up and how do problems evolve? And I think it's so amazing that we've got two so relevant speakers today. Vamsi Bhogi, who had startup sourcing and curation at LetsVenture. We have had conversation with Shanti Mohan Vamsi last year as well in AIMA forums. And I think it's an amazing, empowering platform for a lot of young entrepreneurs to at least get access to capital, whether through syndicate or through various innovative formats which LetsVenture have. Similarly, Nruthya, you are Director and Head of Growth and Capital Development at 314 Capital. Pranav has been a great supporter for all of us at Young Leaders Council in AIMA. He's an inspiration. I keep getting his WhatsApp on so many exits, which 314 is doing these days. So I'm sure we'll have a lot of inspiring stories from you as well. Before I hand it over to my esteemed panelists, few lines of introduction about both of them for our audience. Vamsi has been a marketer and investor primarily in his career. He is a mechanical engineer from prestigious IIT Madras. So we have something in common, Vamsi, IIT alumni, always good to connect. And he initiated his journey with stock market investing while he was only 16, and then by providing real estate services to business owners while he was 17, and with content creation for marketing 18 years onwards. So he's an early early age entrepreneur, a great sense of inspiration to have somebody like you with us, Vamsi. He has also been an entrepreneur in residence at Trig Nanosystems, taking care of their B2C verticals, product management, and global international expansion. He was also the co-founder of Real Tycoon, which is a full-service advertisement and marketing agency servicing clients across locations in Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Vizag. So I'm sure it's going to be really interesting culmination of his experience, which we leverage on today. Very welcome to you, Vamsi. Our other speaker for the day, Nruthya. Nruthya is the head of growth and capital development at 314 Capital. In addition to supporting the investments and deal sourcing, she also works closely with global institutional and strategic investors to drive the growth of their portfolio. Her team also partners deeply in planning and achieving financial and strategic objectives, including capital raise, follow-ons, revenue exploration, and then M&A and exits. She has also spent a lot of time in US and now in India, where she has led global teams across technology, finance, real estate, edtech, and economic policy. Before 314 Capital, she also led the Co-work Foundry, which is a well-known business accelerator for early-stage companies, as the managing partner, investing in more than 25 companies and establishing global partnerships with Yale and Columbia University. Prior to CoWorks, she drove revenue and growth opportunities at QMads, which is a leading edtech company, where she spearheaded the 15 million Series B raise from Capital G and Sequoia Capital for the edtech giant. Throughout her career, she has designed and scaled products, raised capital for high growth companies, and that's the strength she brings to the table in today's conversation. She holds PS and MS degrees in electrical engineering from the prestigious Stanford University and MBA from Harvard Business School. So I'm sure between these two power-packed profiles, we have enough, I'm not sure the financial capital that they will tell, but a powerhouse of intellectual capital for sure at our disposal today. So I'm going to start off with you, Nruthya, because you also bring in a very interesting perspective of having worked in the US, and we know in startup world, everybody admires to look at what's happening in the Valley, whether it's innovation around capital raise, whether it's innovation around business models or marketing, everybody tries to see what's happening there. And you sort of bring in that diverse perspective of working there and now in India, and you see a lot of cross-cultural migration happening. So I would like to sort of understand from you, how do you see the whole startup ecosystem evolving in India? And how do you see it in the US? And what are the learnings from there? And what kind of advice would you give across these three categories of someone starting up, raising initial capital to get off the ground, and then beginning to scale up for early to mid-stage startups? How do you see the entire journey of startup in the context of this whole ecosystem, and also in the current state of affairs, which is extremely dynamic, as you know? Some initial thoughts, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you. That's a very loaded question. But thanks. Before I start, I wanted to thank Kartik here and AIMA as well for having me. I like Kartik mentioned, I lead what we call growth and capital development at 314, and we have a portfolio of over 75 active companies. And across the board, the journey over the last 5.5 years within the firm itself has seen a kind of explosion of the Indian ecosystem itself. It's why we've all rallied around to help craft what that looks like, at least on the VC side of things, and in some way be very deep involved partners with our companies and learn as they grow as well. So I'll hope to bring some of that here. But to your point about my experience in the West and my experience here as well, the most interesting thing to me has been the flip of how we've evolved from the decade of looking to the West, admiring and sort of translating some of the business models and what works there to India, to actually building our own very unique playbooks, which now are translating elsewhere into the world. We have a very, very different type of a customer and consumer base that continues to evolve in ways that all of us are frankly not just shocked, but delighted, astonished, and continue to need to build for in a very different way. And through that, whether it's in fintech, whether it's in consumer tech, we're finding models and products and demand from very, very unique types of consumers that are driving a very different level of innovation out of here. So I think that's been the evolution that's been the most exciting, right? Like, so to anyone starting up, I think the playbook isn't no more anymore. See what's working in another geography and see how you can translate it to India. That's long gone. It's just understand really deeply, truly understand your consumer and how that consumer base, their needs are shifting, what they're choosing to pay for, and go very deep into those white spaces that you identify. And there are thousands and thousands upon white spaces that you can build for the emerging Indian consumer, whether on the business front or on the consumer front. So I think just starting from the kind of ideas itself that we see today, sort of the evolution, the strength of the ecosystem, and the strength of the founders themselves. That's the other thing that has shifted quite a bit. When I came back about like 6 years ago, we didn't have a very huge sort of base of like massive operators, who had enough reason and impetus or enough of an ecosystem to support them when they started up. So now we have even more of those operators coming into the play, but even the caliber of founders, right, with different types of companies, startups gaining exits, becoming incredibly large and a very real force in the ecosystem. What we're seeing is like founders multiple times over, right? Like your second, your third company. We're investors in Jupiter with Jitain. We have the privilege of being along for a ride with one of the giants in fintech as he builds out another giant in fintech himself. And it's a very, very different experience to see founders of that caliber and that experience coming back to build newer and newer ventures. But even that entire mafia, right? Like of each individual company, whether it's from Flipkart, whether it's the Freshworks mafia, etc. The kinds of problem statements they're taking on, building from India, sometimes for the entire globe, right? Like sitting here, it's not just leveraging in those days, like the talent arbitrage of finding, maybe more reasonably priced resources here and then selling to the West. That's gone, of course, as all of you know, with the kind of talent wars happening nowadays. But besides the arbitrage moving here, what's really important is just products, world-class products are genuinely being built out of India in a way that the rest of the world is really sitting up and taking notice of what, whether it's design aesthetics, whether it's UX, whether the customer experience, or just rethinking the entire flow. We're truly building for global problems out of India today. So I think that big piece of advice I'd like to leave with across the board is knowing that as an entrepreneur today, you are no longer looking to the West for advice. It's a good and a bad thing that maybe some of these playbooks just haven't been written at all. And you maybe have to look at your peers, which now we have a ton of, to lean on for more advice within the ecosystem itself to build what the future of tech in India and the future of tech from India will look like. So I'm going to wrap with that and leave Vamsi to also add his thoughts. We can come back to some of the other things you were talking about as you scale up.
Absolutely. Vamsi, do you want to add on to your initial thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. Because I think somewhere down the lane in the last 6 to 7 years, I think I've been fortunate enough to be a person who's been like from the bottom up sort of pathway, you can say, where I have seen working with fellow founders, etc. While starting my own company, trying to figure out things on my own, but somewhere wasn't easy as it seemed like, etc. So that point of time, when I started off my first company or just working with many founders, I think the difference overall, how it evolved was like something like the ecosystem has grown very rapidly and it has become more supporting ecosystem. because previously it was more like starting itself was more like a fascination, or like starting itself was more like a real hurdle initially, for at least like for the younger founders, or because they didn't have resources or they didn't know where to go to for several things which they wanted to start off initially. But I think several VCs took efforts, several maybe angel investors, super angels took many efforts to help people, nurture people, to really advise them basically, maybe like support them with resources, etc. And then I think over the time, even the scaling up thought really started growing overall, because as I was mentioning, the transition grew from just the hurdle of starting up to even it has become more of scaling up right now. So it is more of like execution. You just go and execute. Right now, you have to just focus on scaling sort of thing. The slogan has slightly started changing, is what I feel. It has turned over time. Right now, everyone is just starting off, as you mentioned. Even the people who are working, they have their own side hustles. They're trying to manage a side hustle on their side hustle. Even students are trying to start off something on apart from their studies, and they're trying to just make it stable. And once it is stabilized, they are trying to switch their jobs, and they're just trying to get into the own startup. And then and somewhere obviously they're taking those leaps because obviously they know that the ecosystem will support them overall, because the funding spree that is there, which I think has been a very positive switch on for most of these founders. Because I personally know like 5 to 6 founders whom I know were in a very good positions. They have climbed their ladder up. I mean, like on their respective organizations, but they still they were making very good money, I personally believe, but they still took that leap to really do that pay cut, not taking salaries, etc., because they believe that the ecosystem will support them, and they know that it could only be go into a positive direction. So I think that's where it has become more of just from initially it was like starting up to more of scaling up sort of pathway. I think the entire ecosystem has taken into a direction of, and where the ecosystem played a very major role in helping that shape overall that way.
Right. So I'm going to also take up a very interesting question, which is everybody's favorite, the topic of funding. So, nowadays, and I want each of you to address it in broadly 3 strokes. So first is, a lot of people have that, used to have this view that, in the West, you get funded on the idea stage, you have a great idea, you have a great presentation, and people are more risk takers. But back home in India, only when you have a proven business model, when you have revenues kicking in, only then investors start to look at you seriously. So that's one myth versus reality, whatever it is, you guys will tell us. That's one area I want you to cover. Second is a lot of people also believe that at an early stage, unless you have a strong team from IIT, IIM, Stanford, Harvard, and whatnot, your chances of getting funding are extremely slim unless you have these tick in the box folks in your team and the founders come from that pedigree. It becomes extremely difficult. That's the second area I want you to talk about. Third, a lot of people also have this view that unless they have demonstrated some form of success in their previous venture and in their previous innings, it is very difficult for them to raise funds at a very early stage unless the business model has been proven and they are in revenue. So I want you to cover all these 3 aspects and sort of demystify it for all of us here, and help us navigate through these areas. So do you want to start first, Nruthya?
Yeah, sure. I think, we have to realize what the business of venture and fundraising is, right? It is about, it's an asset class of financing where you're actually managing money on behalf of a corpus of investors. And, you find this, really exponential growth in this asset class of startups. But still it is finance managers who are thinking about allocating their money across different types of assets. And you've got to do a sort of risk reward profiling with very, very little, sometimes no information at all. Now, when that is a thing, I think the mistake that like founders do is that like you don't start with understanding the risks that a VC is looking at, and hence how you should maybe position yourself, right? Like to your point about when you're really early and you don't have a product, what do you really bet on? You don't really bet on the idea. VCs don't bet on necessarily ideas, they bet on markets, right? Like at that time, you're like, are you playing in a market that if it isn't already really, really large and hasn't been proven out that there is enough money or enough of a business to be built there, or not a massive incumbent that is just going to route you, like that market has to be able to have the capacity of a company that could be very large if you are the team, which brings me to the second point, which is, are you the team to build it? These are the only two things that you have on hand, especially in a pre-product seed stage idea. How we decided to fill what actually qualifies as a great team, etc. Yes, VCs are pattern matchers and they've done a pretty terrible job, very honestly speaking, picking males out of IITs and IIMs, and I have all of the labels as well. Like very honestly speaking, that makes you attractive because, to your point, right? Like a proof or a track record in this allows you to manage your risk, because anyway, the idea itself and the product itself, it's a massive risk at a pre-product seed stage. So you're like, okay, is the market great? And if it's great, is this the team to sort of back? And what are the markers that make this team great, right? So what entrepreneurs need to realize is, if you don't have a track record and if you don't have this, just show them what hustle looks like. So your burden of proof of like why you need a product, etc., is honestly they're trying to see if you have the capability to build the solution for this problem, which maybe you've convinced the VC about, or if someone else is going to come by with far more heft in building products for years out of, say, a capillary or a Freshworks, and decide to go after the same problem, and then are you able to sort of, able to compete head to head? Very honestly, like, think about it that way. So that's what it is. Like, it is about balancing how you evaluate risk around these spaces. And if founders actually flip the equation and is like, how risky do I see as a bet? And are there small things, like I don't have to hit every single checkbox, but is there one maybe that I can overperform on, which is like, just pull out your, like, I've seen founders do everything from like sending in their Git profiles and all of the stuff that they've built on, or like, say if Vamsi, like, I met him like 5-6 years ago, like the fact that he has been an entrepreneur in all these different ways before, that itself gives me like, great sort of comfort. So it's those kinds of markers that you need to leverage from your personal and more authentic sort of stories from your own backgrounds to to position that, hey, while I don't have these things, it really doesn't matter, because you're using that as a marker for my capability as a founder. I've proven that out in these ways. So that's the way, like, to flip this question. And yes, like, have VCs like long fallen prey to looking at patterns. The other reason people get investing from these backgrounds is also like, they look and sound exactly like the VCs on the other side. So we need diversity on that front as well. It's like, how I know how many folks from these institutions are within these organizations that are cutting the checks. And sometimes, to your point, if you have very little time and track record for the founder, but that founder is someone you studied with, or is someone who's vetted by someone within your own network, that's a risk you're willing to take, right? So it's a lot of different factors that are playing into reinforcing our biases in what we sort of invest in. But there are unbelievable, incredible VCs within the seed stages that are very actively taking this on head on, right? So even within our portfolio, I know we can do a lot more. We'll continue to do even deeper, but like really looking for targets from the cities that they're best. Like, we have a company called Unbox, which is based out of Pune, building some of the most brilliant things in robotics for warehouses, but they will very firmly stay in Pune because that's where the best talent for them comes from. That's where they're going to build this out of, right? So Indore, from Mangalore, from all of these different cities, we see innovation engines coming, but it requires you to also source very differently. Really make sure you're in front of these founders who are not at some Bangalore Web3 mixer, right? Like, it's all of these things, where you're looking, who's looking, and what they're looking for really matters. And especially when it's a pre-product seed bet that you need to take, it's a matter of, okay, how am I helping this person make a decision about risk management on me as an asset, right? So really, like, very, very horrible clinical way to put it. But if you start thinking about it that way, you realize founders are also able to game. And that's a lot of the work that we do with our company is hey, you just convince the person that you and your idea and your market is the one to bet on. So that's about communication and communicating it right. So I feel a lot of fundraising conversations break less because there's not something special there, but it's also because you've just not been able to communicate all the special things about your team and the product and the idea that you're doing. So there's a lot to unwrap there, but I'll stop here.
Yeah. No, but I think I have personally picked up a lot of interesting notes, which I'll summarize towards the end of the session. But Vamsi, do you want to add on to any of these aspects?
Yeah, I think since being from IIT and there's a stamp sometimes that IITians are unfairly judged or like they have some odds that are in favor sort of thing. But still, I still want to comment on that part specifically as well. So I think when we unfold this entire funding thing overall, I think there is this simple thing saying that are we going to fund or not? It's a yes or no sort of decision overall, right? So at the same time, there are like different types. When we really again slightly unwrap it a bit more, we see like companies that are, like markets that are already there and markets that are yet to unfold overall, that will be created maybe in a couple of years or so, 24 months or so. So that point of time, we don't have too much of real evidences to look at. There are only limited things to really that we can really look at and take a decision of that yes or no sort of thing. So when it is a market that is yet to be unfold, like for example, a BCI, brain computer interface sort of market, for example, no one really knows how is it going to be positioned. We only know that it is a better convenience or it is a better, deeper technology that can help our life easy or make our life easier sort of thing in multiple ways. Maybe, and the founders, do they have the track record to really do that? Do they have the ability to do that? There are only few reference checks that we can do, etc. There are some questions that we can ask that are much deeper than the usual surface questions, and we can understand if they can do it or not. And post that, it is more of that bet that we can take based on the prototypes that they have done or they have their past projects, etc. And they can come from any background, right? When they come from the tags of IIT, BITS, or any other bigger institute, it's an add-on evidence saying that it gives them that heavy confidence saying that this person might be able to do it. So I think that acts as a bonus points, or that acts as a brownie point saying that this person can be bet on overall. And on the other hand, you have markets that are already existing. For example, Uber for anything, Uber for laundry or Uber for studying or whatever you call it in general right now, right? So these are business models that are already there, and people are trying to do their own tweaking of business models at this moment on the existing things where the needs are already there. They're just trying to fulfill their needs in a more convenient manner, maybe, for example. So coming to these models, I think the only way we can judge is because we are trying to fund them for their scaling up at the end of the day. We are not, because we know that the markets are already there. We are not giving them money for creating the market, but maybe for building up their market and trying to occupy that market overall. So in a similar pattern where we try to see if they are capable enough to grow the project or the company that they are building, have they got some basic evidence. It might not be crores of rupees, but at least some basic evidence that they have the ability to build their own teams. They have the ability to structure their teams in a way, because I think teams and all, I think, is not usually spoken out much of. I think it is slightly undervalued or undermined in terms of the value of team and how they structure it is something I personally feel or felt overall, because I think founders are important, but their ability to build teams becomes even more important, because that's what plays a critical role while scaling up overall. So I think those are those things I think I kept on identifying over the time, or I felt I could uncover over the time. Obviously, there are own exceptions here and there, but still I think those are the overall summary or the frameworks I could really think through over the time right now.
Right. And interesting you mentioned about scaling up. So I also now want to move on to the second stage of the life cycle, which is once the startup begins to scale up, how do you then begin to view it from sort of investor lens, right? Do you start to look at whether do they have the right processes in place? I know governance has been a very hot topic recently in a lot of startups, right? The whole broad concept of ESG, if I may say. I know Pranav mentioned that you have like a ESG, Siddharth is now the ESG officer at 314 and so on and so forth. Do you see a lot of these things also coming in now when you begin to look at a startup in Series B, Series C stage in a matured format? Do you start to look at these metrics, Vamsi?
Yeah, because I think, the moment there is more and more people, there is more people on board, etc. I think there's a chaos that is already there. because everyone feels it, because everyone might be focusing on markets that are still emerging, and someone wants to focus on the low-hanging fruits. So it becomes like a short-term versus long-term war or battle in between the founders. Sometimes the other day I was just meeting a founder who just took an exit because of several reasons between the conflict between the founders or the investors, etc. But obviously everyone had their own reasons. But he was sharing, saying that he had a different vision compared to the people that were inside, that are still running the company overall. So I think it becomes a massive difference between how each one wants to run the organization overall. So I think that plays a really critical role, and that really sometimes changes the way people want to run the organization. And obviously, the moment that thing sets in, someone wants to say that we want to make sure that the company survives, or the funds are basically lasting for so and so duration. So we need to make sure that the revenue model is being built in this shorter duration that is available to us. And at the same time, someone wants to say that, but we have tried building the company, or our purpose of trying to start this company was so and so thing. So sometimes that really acts as a friction. And we obviously, being an investor, I think sometimes investors also want to make sure that they are putting in so much of hard-earned money of some limited partners overall. They also want to make sure that the startup might they can slightly postpone their goal or something on those lines. They want to reach their vision, but at the same time, in a sustainable manner. So there are a lot of clash of visions that keep coming in, that makes it a chaos overall. And that's where I think the ability of the founders and the onboard investors comes into picture, where they manage the chaos. It becomes where the managed chaos can basically maybe help the entire thing to really make it sustainable overall. I think that's what is a very good parallel with Google. Google is a very well-known, organizational structure where they are known for having their free mind to, or have there's a more open-minded sort of thing, right, to work, etc. So, but they have some way were able to manage that entire chaos into a way where it has been sustainable and well structured, like a well-oiled machine to run. I think that is a good parallel I can draw, where with many startups, if they are able to do something similar, it becomes a more sustainable. At the end of the day, they are expected to become a very sustainable business in the long run, which is expected to break the boundaries that they are just set overall in the conventional manner, right? So that's where I think I hope I answered your question. Yeah.
Right. Nruthya, what do you feel about, I know Vamsi talked about it from inside out perspective, but as an investor, how do you sort of read into these things when such disputes happen? Or how much, or sometimes you only get to know about it when everybody else knows, right? Because you also have a portfolio of companies to manage. You may not be literally spying on each founder and what they are doing in their meetings and internal governance, right? So as an outsider, you have massive responsibility and obligations to your LPs, and you have the best intent, but sometimes there is also a lack of information on what's really happening on the ground. How do you mitigate those risks, and what kind of fail-safe mechanisms which you guys look for in sustainable businesses? Or as I use your phrase, that if one was to put or take on an investor's hat and look at how risky am I as a startup, what kind of mitigation procedures can startups undertake to give investors like you confidence around governance, making sure that the founders are aligned, the team is stable, they are pursuing a common vision, and there's a convergence of interest rather than conflict?
Yeah, these are all difficult things. See, let's go down to the point that he mentioned, right? And I've been an operator on the other side as well. It's very much managed chaos, and to what extent you're managing it is what defines how fast you can grow, etc. But what's very interesting and important once you move from early to growth stages is another point that Vamsi brought up, which is your entire leadership and how you democratize decision making across your organization. Because once you start scaling up, you've got 50 people, you've got 100 people within the org, the founder has no way to be able to control, and startups move so much faster than even processes being put in place to manage or scale them in the right way, sustainably, with the right kinds of burns, etc. So the biggest onus is honestly like, how do you hire the very best people? How do you trust them? How do you enable them to be able to drive organizations that replicate the same level and intent of decision making and product sort of nuance all the way to the end. And that's where we have this like amorphous thing called culture thrown at us. And its culture is not like it really is not the perks that you get. It's not whether you do offsites in like some other country. It's not whether you drink in the office or not. It's very much like, how do you democratize the decision making to a point where at the founder level, all the way to the newest developer onboarded onto your team, you're making decisions for your customers, for the business in the same way, right? Like, can you really like imbue them with that, not just autonomy at some level, and it's not this monolithic decision making that's driving it, because that's the thing that will start slowing the scale up of a company down. To your point about risk and governance, etc., the way we worked early on, of course, we do diligence, everyone does, but it really does come down to the relationship you build with the founders. And it is an onus on both ends as well, right? Like both as an investor and as a founder, on how you build a really transparent sort of working relationship with each other, where it's less about if you're in trouble. And let me be honest, right? Like with most founders, in fact, almost all of them, there is no intent to they're very much wrapped up with the success of the company. This is their baby in a way. It never will be for an investor, where it's a bet that you've made. Now, how you work hand in hand together, and it is less about always projecting this incredibly positive, constantly growing and up and to the right view of the company. And I think investors and boards are also partly to blame, to put the pressure on founders to only give that view, as opposed to being what we are supposed to be, which is, hey, we're in trouble because of these things. We may need people, we may need resources, we may need new structures of how we're making our decisions around this thing. Can you help, right? It's not a governing body to say yes or no, you're doing right, wrong. It's not, you're not reporting it, your board needs to work for you. So really, like, building that relationship early on is something that founders, again, this is like the evolution of the ecosystem, right? Like, we didn't have enough money flowing in. Now we have strong founders, we have strong boards, but we need to get them to work really well together, where the relationship is a lot more simpatico than a one-way representation of everything being hunky-dory, when honestly, to what Vamsi said, there is clear understanding on both sides that it is true and total managed chaos. And your investors can come in with that support. And we do that very, very regularly at 314, whether it's on the policy front, whether it's regulatory, when you're thinking about flipping the company here, there, how you're putting up systems to make sure there isn't, if you're a cash heavy business and cash collections business, there isn't revenue leakage at the end of the day, in all these points. These are things that we've not just seen before, but honestly, a lot of VCs are making a lot of effort into building systems that actually give you this ability, structures in a structural way. You get this help, not just from us, but by the army of experts and the network of operators globally we've marshaled to be able to give you this advice, because they've done this before. So I think it's a mix of it. It's honestly, it is an evolution, but it's the time where the relationship between founder and investors really needs to evolve from one of like a reporting relationship, or a one which is less transparent, to one that really becomes, okay, we're invested in this with you, right? Like, truly we own equity in the company and we're trying to do everything that's best. How do we align that we're thinking about the same things, and we have the same definition of what best looks like for the company? So I'm sorry, it's a bit of a long-winded and more philosophical answer, but we'd be happy to go deeper into specific things.
Right. So in the interest of time, we've got 6 minutes remaining. I'm going to ask a couple of sort of rapid fire questions. One, what are the innovative, I know there are a lot of financing models which are also up there. Can you help our audience members understand them? I mean, we have seen companies like Club coming in who do revenue-based financing. We've got a mix of debt and equity. We've got grant-based funding. We've got revenue share arrangements and whatnot. So help us understand what are the 4-5 new financing models which are evolving, which entrepreneurs can look at, especially early stage, and also help us understand from your experience which are the sectors and opportunities which you guys actively look at, and you believe from an investor point of view, if somebody, I'm not provoking anybody here to start a business in whatever they say is hot, but which are the plays you see exciting at this stage, which can give some inputs to our audience members? So Vamsi, do you want to go first?
Yeah, with regards to the sectors, I think I would be able to better comment. And with regards to fintech, I think right now there's a lot of new type of models that are coming out. Someone is starting on pension, someone is starting on buy now pay later, which are multiple that are there. Someone wants to do like a goal based on those lines, etc. So there are multiple models that are coming out, and I think the combination of the existing banking system in combination with the neobank type of structures that are evolving at the same time, I think there needs to be a sustainable balance that will be like that might come over the time. I think right now it is a bit too early to judge because everyone is trying to figure out. To be honest, that's what I personally look. I feel I might be wrong, etc. But I think that's what I feel because I have been talking to many fintech people. Everyone was like, we don't know. I mean, that's what they said. They're like, we wanted a fintech company in our portfolio, so we funded it. So similarly with Web3, a lot of people are coming up and a lot of things are happening. Half of the people don't understand it. Half of the people who understand it, half like don't know whether they have understood it or not. So it's a very funny thing that's happening right now. And I could only feel like the one thing that is there and that the one thing that's evolving right now is hardware in combination with intelligent software or analytics part. I mean, just to draw examples, as I was mentioning, BCI is one thing, or else there are like bots that are going into pipelines and analyzing whether there are cracks in the pipeline, where it is a combination of analytics and like intelligent software, etc., plus hardware. There are people who are launching satellites, are trying to make new types of satellites, like mini satellites that can just go around and the launching of satellites is very low in the space tech. So I think these are quite few segments I feel which also have got their own mode. They're not easy to like replicate at the end of the day. It is not like I saw like buy now pay later working well and I just tomorrow can start off, ask Nruthya some money, ask you some money, saying that it is working well, I have some good track record. But obviously, you know that there are several of them, and there are someone else can also start off similar thing at the end of the day. But I think these have got some real modes which are not easy to replicate. I'm not saying that they don't have competition, but it is not very easy to replicate because they take couple of years or like 1 2 years of time to really get into that momentum overall. So I think that's what I would summarize from my end.
Right. Um, any thoughts from you, Nruthya? We just 2 minutes into closing the session. Top sectors, top picks, and any innovative financing models for entrepreneurs to consider.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton. I think one top sector for me has to be this new consumption story in India. What the new Indian consumers, we've typically for the last decade built products for the top urban elite, like we call them, 10 million consumers here, and the democratization not just of access, but I think within our portfolio itself, we've been proven that beyond, above and beyond tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, even in rural markets, there are businesses to be made. There are evolving, sophisticated consumers coming out of it, and they will put their money, however small, behind value wherever they see value. So whether it is in brands, in content consumption, how gaming is changing, what that Indian consumer will be, that's a very, very exciting place to keep an eye on and watch and bet on models in that. Again, our job is to look a little further into the future, so it's not very growth right now bets, but there's a lot again within Indian enterprise software being built out of India. Very, very unique perspectives, a ton of phenomenal operators from this business stepping away to build all the building blocks of a business. So that's another space that we're very bullish on, and we're looking very closely at. But yes, to Vamsi's point though, Web3 is a very huge focus for the fund. We are looking very closely. We've already backed several different types of models. We are eagerly awaiting clarity on regulation within India, and hoping that a lot more of those companies remain here instead of fleeing to markets and countries that are able to sort of build this sort of regulatory frameworks much faster than us. But in terms of alternative financing options, there's a plethora of them. Venture debt's evolved and reached an incredible peak over the last year as well. We've seen revenue-based financing. We've seen multiple different companies get into this and build very alternative assets. There are alternative assets that are made available to you that allow you to directly invest into a bond against a company's sort of financing, with companies like Wind Wealth and others. So there's a lot of very interesting evolution there. However, I would urge to keep your eye on very closely is this evolution, and this market has not gone without notice from the banks. The big banks, they are evolving. We work very, very closely with them, and they're far, far further along in thinking through their entire tech stack and how they're going to leverage this growth in a big way to be able to lend to early stage startups, which typically was never a game that they were able to play, sometimes even regulatorily before. So it should be a very exciting decade of the kinds of players, probably even the 5 biggest banks in the country, actually, honestly, giving us a true run for our money into the coming years, because we really can't match the cost of capital from them. So it is a good time. It's a great time to be building. There is capital still, even with the market slowdown or whatever else. Those are all smaller blips. They will keep happening, but for good businesses, great founders, etc., there is always a plethora of capital waiting to fund. So I'll end with that.
Right. That's a very happy note to end on. And we're almost out of time. Thank you so much, Vamsi and Nruthya, for sharing your inputs with us. And I believe if I can pick up the last couple of points from both of you, that the community is there, the ecosystem is developed. But just think, I really like that line which you said, Nruthya, that just imagine from an investor perspective that they're just allocating capital on behalf of somebody, and they just want to evaluate you clinically, that how risky you are, like you would do with any other investment. So I think that's a very clinical approach, which all of us as entrepreneurs can take up. And thanks, Vamsi, for giving us insights around which are the top areas, which sectors to look at, and how to build a strong culture and foundation in the team. With this, I hand it back. Good to see you, Rakhi. I just ended up. I'm going to hand it back to the moderator for the next session. Thanks again, Vamsi and Nruthya, for joining in.
Thank you.
Really, thanks.
Thank you, sirs and ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the 4th plenary session. Please stay connected as we begin with the next session immediately. We would request the participants to please post their questions by clicking on the chat icon on the platform. This helps in making the session more interactive and interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the 5th plenary session on the theme, The Great Resignation, with Mr. Musarrat Hussain, Senior Advisor and Head, Leadership and Function School, Maruti Suzuki Training Academy, and Ms. Rakhi Malik, Director and Head HR, Kearney India, as the speakers, and Mr. Rajiv Bhaduria, Chief Mentor, Garware High Tech Films Limited, and former Director, HR, Jindal Steel and Power Limited as the session chair. The opportunity as a member of the senior leadership team for over 3 decades. He has handled domains as diverse as power, steel, infrastructure, entertainment, telecom, health, and capital. All these areas from incubation to execution. May I now request Mr. Rajiv Bhaduria to initiate the session by briefly introducing the topic and the speakers, Mr. Musarrat Hussain and Ms. Rakhi Malik, to take the session forward.
Rajiv, you are on mute.
I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. And a good afternoon to everybody. And nice to see Rakhi and Musarrat, in fact, on this platform. And that's right, in fact, and we look forward to a very, very fruitful and meaningful discussion around this very emotional topic of the Great Resignation. In fact, what I feel is that this is symptomatic of a disease which is somewhere else. And as somebody said, you know, the basic problem of humanity is today that we have Paleolithic emotions, we have medieval institutions, and godlike technology. So it's like this combination of these three very important, intricate elements in human existence that is causing probably a great shift of consciousness of this new age, which we call the technological disruption of godlike technologies. Now, this has a connotation in the sense that it brings in also another element that, you know, besides other issues. And the point that what is happening is that from the point of view of millennials, the expectation at the job front is probably fun, flexibility, and freedom. Now, just go back a few decades ago, in fact, and in our times, possibly, this was not even called work then. I mean, if you have to look for fun, flexibility, and freedom, then what is work? But yes, that's the changed understanding, the definition of the millennials today. And in a context where we speak today, 40% of global workforce is ready to give up its job. So what is causing this is probably what Rakhi and Musarrat, I think I have not introduced you deliberately, because when you speak, I think it'd be better that you'll be able to introduce yourself much better than what I can, because it's not necessarily as to what chronologically you've done, but I know both of you individually, personally. You're great thought leaders in your own regime. So I think that's the best way to introduce yourself. But before that, just a point or two, in the sense that this great resignation is a context. Now, the context is that for 10,000 years of human history, ever since the agricultural revolution started, there was a start of what you call the exploitative and the you exploit and extract. So extract natural resources and exploit human beings. And that has continued, in fact. And with technology, it's actually the digitization or digital technology also today. It has increased our capacity to do more and more of extraction and exploitation. And therefore, what we talk today is a change of age, it's a change of consciousness of human existence, as I said to begin with, from an extractive and an exploitative world order to a more democratized, decentralized, and a restorative, and I would say a whole regenerative world order, which is then the change that we have to notice, because technology is making life hell for many, but it's actually, as we said, God-like technology, which is shaping the nature of work, is changing the workforce, and of course the workplace, the expectations to have and not to have. Yeah, talking of great resignation, I think, and of course, Rakhi and Musarrat, you will be able to elaborate more on this, in fact, and I'll expect. What we came to know that, and particularly in the United States, that 73% of the people, in fact, want to say that, you know, they don't want to stay at the work at all. And for reasons as you know, remote as being low paid, no opportunity for growth, disrespect, child care issues, inflexibility of work hours, and above all, you know, too much of work and too less of work. So it's ranging from sublime to ridiculous. And most of them are saying that we are burnt out, in fact, and maybe 39 to 40%, as they said, want to be their authentic selves in working. So the whole idea is that engagement is the issue. The engagement, and why are people not getting engaged at this new kind of workforce, workplace, and the work itself, is the fact that if you see from employers' point of view in the current context, they would expect 100% work, 0% leisure. I mean, as an ultimate case, of course, just to make the point clear, and at a 0% salary, because they can replace every human effort, in fact, which will be more efficient with machinery. On the employee's side, it's 100% leisure, 100% salary, and 0% work. Why? Because the work that they are coming to doesn't engage them. And why doesn't it engage them? Because the nature of the work. Work, after all, has two dimensions. Work is firstly, adds meaning to yourself. And the second is, of course, a means to earn a livelihood. Now, what happens that when democratization, decentralization of society has taken place, even an organizational democratization has come in, where participation, inclusiveness, culture, in fact, rather than top-down, driven by authority, ordering rather than, you know, facilitating, that changes the whole context in which people look at work. So work has to be so engaging, so meaningful, so challenging, and so creative that it creates that ikigai in them. It gets the best out of them, and then only they'll be able to engage. Salaries and rudimentary functions like what do you call the hygiene factors don't matter to that extent. So in that context, if you have an engaging workforce and nature of work which is creative, I'm sure that it will create a culture of 7-day weekend, but while working. So that's the change. That's the expectation change of a whole new generation. And what they stand for. From human resource, probably, to human being. That is the transformation that's taking place. So without too much of an ado, I would, in fact, invite Rakhi to begin with, to introduce herself in the context of what her thought leadership is all about. And then, of course, for 10 minutes, I'm sure that you can then speak on the topic of the discussion. Over to you, Rakhi.
Thank you so much, Rajiv. I have to start by saying one of the initial few sessions when I started my career was one of your sessions. We used to go to the session and, wonder how does one, get the gravitas and, this kind of know-how. So for me personally, it's a huge privilege and almost a fangirl moment to be on the panel today. So thank you so much.
My pleasure.
You've been one of the mentors I've looked up to, and Mr. Siddiqui from Aruti has also been one of the other gentlemen that I've attended sessions for. So yes, thank you for having me on the session today. About myself, I've been in the HR industry for about 24 years, and a lot of the work that I've done has really been around knowledge services, setting up new knowledge capabilities, and kind of scaling it up, and then with consulting over the last almost 15 years. Working with, some of the best minds in the industry, almost top 10 percentile, and then just trying to understand, how do we motivate, how do we make people who are already successful more successful, how do we help with things like, work-life balance, transformation. So a lot of the work that I've done is really around, transformation, around, again, women leadership, because I think that's still an area where a lot of more work needs to be done. And unfortunately, I think coming out of 2 years of COVID, there has been a negative impact, so to say, about women empowerment, but that's a discussion for another day. So that's pretty much been, my journey. Talking about the topic that we have today, I look at it, Rajiv, as not just a great resignation, it's also, to me, a time which is exciting from an HR professional's perspective, where you think, great attraction, what is it that I can do differently from what I've done earlier, right? Because my old ways of working are not going to make me successful in the future, right? We literally, at least for all of us on the panel here, working with, employees that are closer to how old our own children are, when I onboard some of these, consultants, and I tell them I've been working for 24 years, they're laughing because some of them are not even 24 years old, right? That's the mindset and that's the generation, that we're dealing with, where the focus is not external, the focus is completely internal, right? So I think the first thing that I want to really say is about technology being such a huge enabler for us in the past 2 years. A lot of organizations were sitting and talking about, digital transformation, tech enablement, including us, right? They were like, let's automate, we will do some great stuff in terms of AI and analytics. And suddenly COVID came and threw all of that mess out of the window and said, you know what, you can do all of this work sitting out of home, right? And for instance, if I talk about Pani, we've been working out of home for the last 2.5 years, and there's been absolutely no disruption whatsoever. So hands down, technology is a great enabler, but it's also a disruptor, like you said, right? There are people that are paying because, either they are not well versed with technology, or they do not know how to use technology to the best of their ability. But I very firmly feel that if we look at technology as an enabler, it also becomes one of the things that we can use to continue and build on what I call the great attraction, right? So coming to the point that you were talking about in terms of, the resignations, coming through, and not just the technology sector, right? I think it's across all sectors, right? All sectors. I've not seen this kind of attrition across levels, senior, junior, even roles where we start and said, you know what, these people are never going to leave, right? These are people who are, who are here for career, they're settled, they have kids, the life cycle is very different. Even they have had second thoughts. And I think what has driven it is what I call wisdom, right? What's in it for me? So when an employee starts to think, what's in it for me? Why should I continue with this organization, right? What am I getting outside of the money that I make and perhaps a few promotions? That's when the first level of disengagement really starts, right? Now, the trick is either the organization catches that thought process and starts engaging at that stage. But most of us were not able to catch it. I'll be very honest. We did not catch it when our people were disengaging because we were fighting COVID, we were trying to get technology enablement. So I think all of us got caught unaware. So I would not put it on our fraternity or anybody else. I think all of us were kind of in the middle of a maelstrom and we did not know what to do. So I think one of the important and they're here to stay. So I don't think they're hygiene factors. I think they're a given, right? Hybrid model, flexibility to work from anywhere, competitive compensation. I think employees expect that as a given, and organizations that are still struggling and looking at it as, an incremental way or a great initiative, they will lose out. Because employees are not thinking like that. They're thinking 500 other companies are doing it. We should have done this already. Why have we not done it? Right? We are behind the curve. So as an employer, we need to do a couple of reality checks that some of these things are here to stay. They're not going to change. The expectation that the employee has is internally driven, which is what's in it for me and what is it that the organization can do for me, right? And there, I think one of the biggest things that we can do is to create a common purpose, which means that when I come to work every day, I need to understand what is the impact that I'm creating. Why am I here? Right? I'm sure, both of you and a lot of people who are listening to us today have read Viktor Frankl's, the book that he's written about the meaning of life, and he was in the concentration camp. And the simple takeaway from there is that when you know the why, the how becomes easier, right? When I know why I'm doing this job, why am I in HR, why am I a tech guy, why am I sitting there and doing these solutions, why am I working 15 hours? The how becomes a lot easier, right? So like you said, right, it's not about, I want to make money, and I want to enjoy so much. I think at the heart of it, everybody wants to make honest days, work. Everybody wants to get the money that, they've earned through hard work, through, their own integrity. And some of these questions that they have about what is my purpose? Why am I doing this? If organizations are able to solve for some of them, if they're able to show the larger purpose, right? We're in this together because this is the larger picture that you're solving, right? You're a part of my team. We're in this together. I feel you. I know you need work-life balance. Take some time off. I know you have small kids. You want to work from another location. Take some, flexibility. And I think once that common purpose comes back, the engagement will come back. And I'll give you an example. We've actually lost people to startups, but we've also had people go to startups and come back. Because they came back saying, I don't know what the purpose was. I didn't know what I was doing over there. I was making more money, but I wasn't happy because I wasn't getting job satisfaction. So I came back. Because here I know when I work with a client, when I go to a Maruti, when I go to a Jindal, and I'm sitting with my stakeholders, I know at the end of the day how I'm going to help them. So to me, it's a great time for us to just go back to the sketching board and say, here's what, let's start with, what we call zero-based budgeting, or, just doing it from scratch, and start working through what is it that would excite my guys? What is it that I can do to, create purpose together? And again, a lot of things that bring people together, which again, we saw in our organization when COVID was going through. One junior BA would just come out of IIT, cares very strongly about helping people, the migrant population, and you're trying to get, food organized for them, okay? As a young kid, right, 20, 21 years old, doesn't really know how to get everything together. Drops a note, says, you know what, I want to put this thing together. And, it's like the dots connected, right? Everybody got together, enabled her to put a, team together. There were people who were trying to make things happen, moving the machinery around. And that purpose that we created has kept that entire team together, because they know, what, when we need help and when we want somebody to come together with us, this organization stands on it. Like you said, not hygiene, flexibility, hybrid working out of anywhere. And of course, compensation, I always say it's all theories of psychology, you can use their need hierarchy, equity theory. Everyone's always making more money than we are making, right? But any theory, any research you see on happiness will always tell you money is never the driver of happiness, right? It's not. There are things like compassion, gratitude, awe, but it's not money. So let me stop here. And if you have any questions, happy to answer.
Well, that's beautifully elucidated, Raki. In fact, and the points that you made about the why of things, in fact, and the purposes, and what of it. What is it that makes a difference? In fact, and that's where in the context of alignment with the new work The nature of work itself has to change, basically. Possibly it was too disengaging. It was too led by the assembly line operations, standardization models, getting it right first time, machine-like operations. So work has to get its creativity, that creative element that will derive its purpose, basically. So we have to rethink. In fact, as you talked about zero-based budgeting, I was reminded that we have to do zero-based thinking. So you start from scratch, and people say that, anything is possible in this world, provided you forget whatever you know. So the point is that we have to redesign, in fact, and wire and re-sculpture the whole the architecture of our thinking process, basically. So I think I am absolutely very, very happy that you made that point, in fact, and ultimately the point you made around happiness being the objective. Everybody is ultimately looking for happiness. People say, no, I work, in fact, I don't require salary, I work for the sake of work. That's not right, because, okay, I take away the salary and will you work? That's not possible. Sure. And if you say, okay, I work only for my family, okay, we'll give that money to the family, but take away the work of yours. So ultimately it boils down to that. Ultimately, we are looking for happiness, and all of us, in fact, and that is where it's very fortunate that this age of rethinking technology has made it possible. Extractive and exploitative nature because of these new technology and the new disruptions that are taking place. And I would say the 5 major sectors, what you talked about, it's right that it's not only limited to the information sector. The information economics operates in the transport sector today, where it's getting from the ICE model to the EVs, in fact, and then later on to autonomous, where transportation as a service becomes possible, possibly. In the arena of energy, where non-renewable to renewable energy sources, and where sun, wind, and battery can together be the source of firm power, 100%. And at the cost which is very limited, yes. So it also operates like information economics. And so the food and agricultural sector is getting disrupted through technologies like precision fermentation, which can create any kind of protein. And so that whole animal husbandry, the 10,000-old industry of agriculture, this is the second domestication without animals and without crops. Right. And the last but not the least, even this arena of materials is getting disrupted with this technology. So people have to have a very different consciousness. They're moving from a geostrategic and what you call, a more materialist orientation to a more higher order things, in fact, where they talk about achievement, where they talk about goals and self-realization, so on and so forth. This becomes possible and real. It's no longer poetic. So that's the very point. I think I was very happy that you made those points. And maybe now we shift to Musarrat before we get back to you again, so that you can then kind of, elucidate it further after we have had the first round. So Musarrat ji, it's over to you, I think, and we've been waiting anxiously to hear from you. Over to you.
Thanks, Rajiv, and good to hear from Rakhi. Just a brief introduction about myself. I have more than 3 decades of experience, and I can say that more than 20 years is with automotive. So I worked in Eicher for a long time, and with Maruti again for a very, very long time. So, and then in between, I have, before automotive, I have worked in IT sector, and I have also worked in other organizations, especially PC and all. And now talking about this great resignation, let me start talking about, some of the mega trends and disruptions which is happening with it. You can directly correlate to the phenomenon. So what we are seeing largely is that, the especially disruption happening in many, many sectors, and automotive is no exception. And we are seeing that, issues like climate degradation, demographic trend across the world, across the country, rapid urbanization, and digital disruption that we are seeing. We are seeing the rising middle class. Consumer awareness is going up, and different business models are emerging. So all this is actually shaping the kind of a new mobility trend that we would call. And today we talk about autonomous. When I talk from an automotive perspective, there is a concept called ACES. So A stands for autonomous, and C for connected, E for electric, which is zero tailpipe emission, and shared. So this is something which is totally disrupting our sector. And when I talk about the kind of shifts which I have seen myself in my career, I've seen generational shift. Now I've seen social shifts also happening. There is a mindset shift which has happened during the pandemic, and very interesting. And then of course the technological shift that we are seeing, pandemic only accelerated. Now when we talk about the great resignation, I think it's more largely related to US, and because the term itself was coined in US, the great resignation. In fact, we saw huge resignation happening in US, but predominantly we did not see that kind of resignation happening in India. Rather, job creation was happening. We saw jobs getting created in many sectors, which is a good sign. In fact, India is struggling with job losses rather. So I would say that when we look at startups, they have created almost 7 lakh jobs, which is incredible. And then all the top service sectors, actually, they lost people to these startups. But if you look at, I was just reading the data of the top IT companies, Wipro and TCS, Infosys, their attritions are as high as 25-26%. But, the change is happening within these startups, and actually jobs are getting rotated. I would not say that new jobs are getting created. Like even in automotive, we see the Gen Z and the Gen Y, they are switching jobs to similar kind of industries or going to newer industries. But it is not against new job which is getting created. It is actually a rotation of jobs. So say we hire from X company will hire from us. So it's nothing like that. So, but in terms of why this is happening is something that we have been tracking from years. So we have been doing, all kind of exit interviews and stay interviews and various other kind of activities to understand why this is happening. In fact, in our kind of industry, at one point of time, we had attrition as low as less than 2%. So we were able to create that, and we used to think that why, in the stay interview, let us understand when people are leaving, why some people are staying. What is the pull factor in the organization? We need to understand and nurture that. So some of the things actually we saw maybe 10 years back, factors like work-life balance or something like nearness to home, factors like, enriched job role, and maybe higher compensation, of course, was anyway, when you change a job, you get that. So I would not relate that. But some of these were the factors. And then one of the big factor we saw was people leaving for higher education. So for example, we are an engineering company, we hired from the best of the institute in India. After 3 years of their experience, we have seen people moving to US or going to the best of the B schools. And this is the career aspiration that they wanted. And these are some of the trends that we saw maybe 10 years, 12 years back. Now today, when I look at, the candidates, people leaving the organization, the things are totally different. The mindset has actually changed. People are not leaving for these reasons. When I ask youngsters why you are leaving, they say, sir, my learning curve is not sharp. So they are concerned about their, learning. They are concerned about flexibility in working. One of the big things which has emerged is that they want variability in work. And what I mean by variability is that these youngsters, Gen Z, what they did yesterday, they don't want to do today. Forget about tomorrow. I mean, that kind of variability they are looking at. They don't want monotony. They say, I'm fatigued, I'm burnt out. If you put them in a job for 6 months, they want change. They want variety or variability in the work, which is a very typical new phenomenon. And of course, every problem has a solution. And we'll talk about that also. But people going into a totally different domain itself. They want to change their total career track. And there is a huge peer pressure. let me tell you, such huge peer pressure due to social media. A guy will come and say, sir, look at this guy. He's gone to US and you see his picture with a Tesla. Sir, I am still with, this particular vehicle. I mean, the gap is increasing. So there is a huge pressure. The moment he sees his peer or his colleague, going for a vacation in Switzerland, they come under peer pressure and they want to change because they want to compete. And there is a stiff competition among themselves. And another thing that I have seen is that there is a very cohesive group, and the employee referral works in such a big way in organization that they will try to pull their friend into their organization. And people leave not for money, but they are promised better work culture or some kind of perceived value of the work, and they leave. And we have also seen people when leaving, they want to come back also, because culture is something which is very important, and Raki also talked about it. Culture is something which is the binding factor for the organization. And in my view, the brick and mortar companies have been able to create culture because, of course, they got the advantage of being there in the system for 50 years, 40 years, 30 years, and they have seen generations of people working, and they have evolved, they have created a culture. New organization startups which are coming are struggling. They have best of the people, best of the technology, they have best of the ideas. The problem is that they lack in culture. They lack in culture. And that is one of the biggest dilemma that they are facing. And they are able to attract, but they are not able to retain. Where lies the problem? That is what has to be seen. So in fact, we should rather talk about great retention rather than great resignation. That should be the buzzword. And companies have to work around the great retention. And that is what starts from culture. And culture starts from, what kind of leadership capabilities you are building, because your leaders are the one who drive the organization. So your leadership has to be set right first. Your leadership has to be visionary. Your leadership has to create that kind of platform that is required. That starts from there. Number two, in any organization, when you are talking about creating your culture, you have to set your DNA right. You have to ensure that you get the right kind of people, and you develop those people. You have career progression for them. They have to have a visible career map. Let me tell you, when I go for campus, I ask people deliberately in engineering colleges that how soon or how fast you want to become a CEO of the organization. They say, sir, maximum 7 to 10 years. Then I tell them very clearly that please walk out of this interview, because we are not the kind of organization which will give you this kind of career growth. Let's be very, very clear. And if you have to really get that kind of career growth, please join a startup. That will really help you. But you should not have a mismatch in your aspiration and what organizations are going to offer you. That's very clear. And youngsters, they have huge aspirations. And when they go to a startup, and if their aspirations are not met, there is a mismatch. Their thought process is not aligned to the organization, or organization thought process is not aligned to the talent that they have got. That is going to create confusion. And that is where these resignations are happening. Resignations are not happening for just small increase in money or anything. People are fed up of, as I said, burnout, culture, and so on and so forth. There are many other reasons I can cite here, endless. But this is primarily something that, one more thing I want to talk about. We have always heard about, how to attract talent, how to develop talent, and how to retain talent. This is what we have been talking about. This is what we have learned in HR all throughout. Now I keep on hearing about the concept for how to access talent. Like, you have to crowdsource, or you have to get talent from anywhere in the world. How to curate talent, and that is how to create unique employee experience, and how to enrich. So it's access, curate, and enrich instead of attract, develop, and retain. So this shift, the sooner the organization adapts, it will be better for the great retention because this is something which is going to create satisfaction, engagement among the employees, which is very important. See, blue collar, we don't see any attrition. Even supervisory category will not have much of attrition. It is the young Gen Y, Gen Z, especially the talented coming from best of the B schools and engineering colleges. They are the one who are having high aspiration, and if that is not met, we are going to see this, and I call it infant mortality. You know, what we see normally in the first 3 year or 4 year, maximum attrition will happen. But after they cross the threshold of 5-6 years in our kind of organization, they are more stable and they will stay. So that's what I see, and I think I can deliberate more and talk on few of the points on retention subsequently. So over to you, Rajiv.
Thank you, Musharraf, for those wonderful thoughts. In fact, and I'm sure, see that the context has changed totally. In fact, and what's happening is that Musharraf, from what you said about the business models changing according to the context, is very relevant. In fact, and the fact that 65% of the Indian population would be below 35 years of age in the next 2 to 3 years. So we have to necessarily, when we talk of culture, we have to subscribe and ascribe to a culture which is more in tune with the Zen, these millennials that we're talking about, who require fun, freedom, and flexibility at work. So now we have to redesign work. We cannot expect them to change, but we have got to give them a culture that they desire. In fact, and that's right, because see, when technology today is changing, it's disrupting all that, and particularly the auto sector, and where transportation as a service becomes because of autonomous and the renewable source of energy. The point is that shelf life of technology is becoming shorter and shorter, but shelf life of an idea is becoming even shorter for that to remain relevant. So the point is that we have to constantly adapt, upgrade, modify, and change our context, change our ways of working, change the work culture, change the context according to the requirements of the time. Soon we'll be all relevant or irrelevant depending on whether we do this or not. There is a data which shows that 72% of youngsters, by the time, and taking a cue from you, Musharraf, by the time they are 35 years of age, they would have changed not only the domain from which they had done their expertise from, but even the trajectory. So somebody who has done his engineering would be doing something in tourism, and so on and so forth. So that be the reality. I think the message that is getting here, and you call it great resignation, or in fact, you look at the other point, how can you retain people who are resigning and for the reasons that there are. And therefore, I think that will be the right way to look at it. I think what you've said really brings in that balance between the two extremities. So that's very well said, I think, and I think that makes the whole discussion more comprehensively and rounded. So taking a cue from there, we have another about 7 to 8 minutes left. So to both Rakhi and you, I'll first get back to Rakhi. Rakhi, what is the solution, in fact? Or as people say, that any idea to be useful in future must look ridiculous today. But then there's a caveat that not everything which is ridiculous is useful in the future. So how do you, in this kind of scenario where there is no predictability about anything, we move to the world of possibility rather than from the probability of only the known. There is nothing called K which is constant today. Theory of probability doesn't hold good. So in that context, what do you think should be done? 2-3 things that should be done to address this issue, or maybe conformity with the change consciousness today?
Sure. Thanks, Adi. I think one of the key things to remember, and I think needs to be like a motto for all of us to remember, is change is the only constant, right? Change is the only constant. And the other thing that I always say, and my CEO sometimes gets very fed up, culture eats strategy for breakfast, literally, right? Which means anything
for lunch as well. These days they say for lunch as well.
Always, right? So I think at the heart of it, one, like you said earlier, we need to unlearn our ways of operating, right? We need to let go of some of our defined norms, the way we've been operating, very clearly saying, you know, what made me successful in the past is not going to make me successful in the future. Very simple thing, the way you study in school is not the way you study in your college, because the same line of thinking, the same time, energy, planning doesn't help you achieve, what you want to achieve when you move between different phases of your life. And I think organizations need to understand that we are at a point where one, we need to be completely on our toes, keep our eyes, focused internally and externally to understand how the environment around us is changing and how our employees are reacting to it. I think one of the issues that I've always seen, at least with HR teams, is that we are so focused in trying to put, our systems and processes and our operations in place that, the larger picture about, how the world around us change and how my employees are reacting to it is somehow lost. So there's a learning there, firstly, for all of us as HR professionals. For the leadership group, like I said, remembering, change is the only constant and culture is more important as compared to strategy. If your strategy is not oriented around people, if you're not defining your people goals very clearly, coming out with very quick implementable plans, right? And then measuring the outcome of those plans, anything that you put together is going to be unsuccessful. Because, unfortunately, like earlier, we put a wonderful leave plan together. It'll take 2 years to, come around. People will be happy. We'll start doing satisfaction surveys. Today's time, one has to be very quick in terms of understanding the pulse of your people. If it means you formalize processes where you're quickly reaching out to people, asking what's working, taking feedback, right? So that's, I think, very, very critical in today's time and date, where you are constantly seeking feedback from your internal employees to understand what's working, where's your mind at, what can I do to help you, right? And I'll give you an example of what we've done. We've put together a program, which we incidentally did many, many years back because of, how difficult, work-life balance is in consulting. It's called Success with Flex. What it means is you can do different work or you can work differently. And what that means is that if you're a consultant, but you want to get into a non-consulting project for some period of time, what will give you an opportunity to do that. If you feel, I don't want to work, 15 hours a day, 10 hours a day, I want to do half a day for the whole week, or I want to work 75%. But, here's what, we give you an opportunity to do that. I want to take a leave of absence for 6 months just to pursue, for instance, somebody senior in the team wanted to go and learn, Carnatic music. And we were like, yeah, go ahead. And what a wonderful experience it was, because this person not only went there, came back rejuvenated, was able to create the right example for everybody else around them, right? So I think, these are 2 or 3 things I think are very, very important. The top-down leadership approach, just keeping your hand on the pulse of the employees, understanding what needs to be changed, but changing it very, very quickly and very dynamically. And I think just from HR's perspective, I think we need to be a lot more proactive. And I think all of us moved from all of us took up the role of crisis managers or crisis leaders in the last 2 years. And I think that's something HR needs to now hold on to, not so much crisis management, but being, on top of their game and just keeping an eye out in terms of what's happening inside and what's happening outside. I think if we get 2 or 3 of these things together, the culture will come together, the purposes will start getting defined, and the larger goal will be saying, my employees are happy, right? At the end of the day, do you get joy at work? That's something that we should all aim for, the joy at work for employees.
Yeah, as you said, that you get a 7-day weekend while working. And that's important because I think from looking forward to a weekend, I mean, you always have a weekend. So that's very, very, very well said, in fact, Raki. Thank you very much. In fact, now, Musaraji, to you also, I would ask, in fact, the same question. You have already said that what is retention and what are the methods, but probably what I want to ask you is exactly, going by experience, and particularly from the industry that you come from, primarily, you've spent more than 20 years in that. What is, I mean, where is the disease? Where is, is it a symptom? Because whatever we see is a symptom. Where is the disease? Is it something fundamentally that has changed in the last couple of years because of technological disruption? And probably we've not been able to measure out to that, in fact, and response has been lacking somewhere. Where is it? Where is that disease, according to you?
See, when you talk about the root cause, see, in the last couple of years, what we have seen is newer sector coming in. And technology disruption has brought in many, many newer job opportunities. Service sector or e-commerce, maybe if you talk 6, 7 years back did not exist the way it exists today. So multiple kind of job opportunities are coming up. And these, especially youngsters, if I have to talk about, they are exploring a lot. And as I said, the ample opportunities being provided in terms of domain change is one thing which excites them. As I said, they look at variability of work. And of course, when they change, they look at faster career options because some of these new tech sectors or e-commerce, they offer much more flatter structure and much faster growth compared to a typical traditional organization, which is hierarchical, structured, and not very flat. So we have to live with that. Maybe with times we'll change. So the kind of workforce which is coming is actually changing. As I said, workplace, and the worker, all three are going for a big change, and they will change at a much faster pace than what we have seen earlier. So organization have to actually adopt. When I look at my shop floor, for example, people talk about robotics and automation. We had robotic automation 30 years back.
Yeah.
It's not new for us, and we have adopted. But the thing is that the kind of multi-skill or talent that you require at the shop floor is already there, and people, in fact, say for example, in India, we did not do the full body design at any given point of time. But starting from our product Swift, which was 50% Indian engineers working in Japan, getting trained in Japan, that was the kind of opportunities they look at. And today they are able to design full car in India and make it globally successful also. So those are some of the initiatives and some of the areas where you are able to retain your talent because they look at the kind of learning opportunities, and we are able to give them those opportunities. If those opportunities are not there, definitely it's calling for because they are highly talented, and opportunities are now, world is one. If not here, then they go anywhere, and talent drain is always happening. But some of those things, if you are bringing into India, you have better talent in fact coming into our own country, and they are not leaving. But you have to create that platform. But those niche platform are how many? The question is that you don't have so many. You will have still routine work to do. You will not all works are niche. So the question is that majority of your work will be routine. It has to go because it's repetitive. It has to happen. If it is an assembly line,
but Musaraji, they say that from robotics to cobotics, whatever is programmable and predictable and boring and routine will go to the robotics. So cobotics is like, how do you learn to co-create? So you're right. I think we got to create a culture in consonance with the requirements of the new age workforce and workplace and work. That's very well said.
Yeah, precisely. And when you talk about the root cause or disease, basically the problem is not much opportunity within the organization, which is what they are. You have to create opportunities within the organization. Internal job opportunities is something. If you have very attractive opportunities, why they will go out? Organizations fail to create, or rather they are not able to create that employee value proposition. They have a very good employer value proposition, and they are able to attract talent from B schools and campuses. But what about the value proposition within the organization? There many companies fail. And companies do good job, but it is not known to people. And that is what companies and HR especially has to do that job. This is where they fail.
I see. Thank you. That's very well said, in fact. And now before we end, actually, Rakhi, just a word from you, and again a word from you before I sum it up.
Yeah.
The last word.
Yes, I think we're at a turning point where all of us have an opportunity to either make something great and wonderful out of our organization and just the entire people experience. And if you're able to put a little bit of time and thought in terms of what works for the people within our organization and what could be some changes that we could bring in our organization styles, in our ways of thinking. Of course, aligning, the goals of the organization and the individuals. I think the impact we can can create, not just for our organization, but overall for the whole economy, I think will be tremendous. So it's a time of great revelation. It's a time to be extremely creative, and it's a time to use the energy from the young workforce in the right direction.
Absolutely. This is the time probably for the human being to emerge from the human resource. And we got to respect that newfound, power of humanity.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Rangi. Musaraji, what about you? Just the last word.
Yeah. One thing which I wanted to share, which actually works for us, is a build versus buy concept. And I want to emphasize that more than 90% of hiring we do through campus and entry-level route only. Only 10%, less than 10% is lateral. That too, as I said, people with experience of 5 years. That really works for us because we are able to create and bind them into the culture that we want to. And that is really helping us. And that is the differentiating factor between us and competition. We are happy about it. That one thing has really worked for us. And that we are happy that even as a public sector, as a joint venture, now as a Japanese multinational, we continue to follow this tradition. And it is really working for us. That is what I want to emphasize. Yeah.
No, you've said it very well, in fact, and I would say that, from what is important therefore now is that, we have to now keep ourselves attuned to the new reality. And the reality is that we've got to move from that industrial age to a knowledge workforce era, where from human resource to human beings would be the logical outcome. And therefore, the human being will demand its price. It's good that employees for the first time in human history are able to demand what they want, and they'll be given, or better be given, what they want. We're moving from a kind of a mechanistic culture to a more future fit culture, from what I call the blame culture of yesteryears to a more compassionate culture, from that element of controlling ethos to a learning ethos, where remote management by sheer numbers, it'll be more distributed decision making and self-organizing and locally attuning organizational culture. From a bureaucratic to a more system value creation for all stakeholders, short-term maximization for shareholders to a more, more systemic care for larger context to stakeholders. From self-preservation and maximization of profits to more in service of life of all the multi-stakeholders from few shareholders only. From exploitation and enslavement to more of empathy and empowerment, I would say. From an extractive to a more regenerative, as I've said. From adversarial to a more inspirational. From a fear-based to a more love-based culture. And from a separation to more participation. From anthropocentric, as they say, to a more interconnected culture where we kind of, look to each other, particularly the human element, to be actually part of what is the most important element in human endeavor. And workforce and workplace need to be aligned along this whole cultural transformation that's taking place. It's a whole new consciousness that is emerging. So what Musarraf, you said, in fact, and what Raki also spelled out, ultimately, this is a symptom of the change that's taking place, the change in human consciousness. For the last 10,000 years, we have done a particular way of exploiting and more and more growth without purpose has led to, separating the you from yourself, separating you from others, and creating what is called the sixth extinction event, where concentration of greenhouse gases comes up to almost 490 parts per million. From pre-industrial times, it was just 280 to 300 parts per million. So how do we reverse global warming is the more important element. Even zero emission will not solve the problem, because we have to reverse global warming from 490 to 300 parts per million. That's a huge challenge. And I'm very sure that, if we align our culture of organization, particularly more facilitative driven rather than control based, top driven to more participative, inclusive, and a more, structured to a more flexible way in which people can enjoy fun, flexibility, and freedom. I think there will be no resignations, and people will resign from organizations, but they'll never resign from work. And that cultural attunement has to be there. And the message, as Raki said, change is the order of the day. And they say, old order changeth, yielding place to new, lest one good custom should corrupt the world. So even good things can be corruptive if they are not changed over the period of time. So thank you. I think we have overshot the time by almost 5 minutes, but that was wonderful talking to you both, Rakhi and Musarat. I think it made our whole discussion very comprehensive and rounded. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for a wonderful discussion. Really enjoyed interacting with you and Sarat. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv and Rakhi. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sirs and ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the conclave. We thank all our eminent speakers for gracing the conclave with their presence today. A special thanks to our principal sponsor, Tata Steel, and the LMAs who partnered with us for the event. Bhubaneswar Metropolis Management Association, Calcutta Management Association, Cuttack Management Association, Guwahati Management Association, Jamshedpur Management Association, Jharia Coalfield Management Association, Management Association Rourkela, Patna Management Association, Ranchi Management Association, and Silchar Management Association. Thank you all. We look forward to having you with us again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength, consistently investing in growing our human, social, and relationship capital, building a diverse workforce, cultivating a culture of inclusion, and focusing on safety and health, empowering communities around us, building long-term, transparent, and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected, and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact, and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow, working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned With the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better.